Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I invite you to please sit down again. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next agenda, we will now listen to the committee report to the chairperson of the organizing committee, Andi Muhammad Irawan SS MHum Ph.D. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Bu Suci. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining this Zoom meeting at our international webinar. Warm greetings to you all. First of all praise is due to Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. May peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family, his companions, and all of who follow his guidance and teachings. The Honorable, our Dean of Faculty of Language and Literature, Professor Dr. Ansari M. Hum, the Honorable Vice Dean of the Faculty of Language and Literature, respected Head of the English Department, Bapak Dr. Lasundra SPD M. Hum, distinguished keynote speakers from Indonesia and abroad, esteemed researchers, academics, lecturers, and students. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, it is my privilege to present this report on the preparation and implementation of our international webinar organized by the Department of English, State University of Makassar. This academic event is conducted under the support and supervision of the Dean, Vice Dean, as well as the Head of English Department. We extend our sincere appreciation and gratitude for their guidance and encouragement throughout the planning process. Today's webinar carries the theme High Quality Writing and Review Practices for Scopus-Indexed Journals, Challenges and Opportunities. This theme was chosen to address the growing need for researchers and academics to strengthen their scholarly communication skills and to better understand the standards of reputable international publication. We are honored to welcome keynote speakers from several countries as well as Indonesia, whose expertise will enrich our understanding of academic writing, peer review processes, and publication strategies in high-impact journals. Their contributions are greatly valued and will undoubtedly enhance the quality of today's discussions. We are also pleased to note that the participants of this webinar include a diverse audience, researchers, academics, lecturers, and students, reflecting strong interest in the development of research and publication competences. In preparing for this webinar, the organizing committee has worked collaboratively to coordinate technical arrangements, communication with speakers, participant registration, dissemination of information, and documentation. We thank all committee members for their dedication and teamwork. As we begin today's program, we pray that Allah grants us beneficial knowledge, smooth proceedings, and meaningful outcomes that contribute to the advancement of academic excellence within our institution and beyond. Finally, as the chairpersons of organizing committee, we wish everyone an insightful and productive webinar. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, everyone.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, sir. And before we move to another agenda, dear participants, we encourage you to use the background we have prepared for today's webinar. You may download you may download it from our WhatsApp group or from the Zoom chat box. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we now invite Dr. Lasundra SPDM Hum, the head of the English Department, Faculty of Language and Literature, to deliver welcoming remarks. Dr. Lasundra, the screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Thank you
warahmatullahi
very much, Master of Ceremony. First of all, let's praise to our God because of a health given to us so that we are able to get together virtually in this international webinar. The Honorable, the Dean of the Faculty of Language and Literature, Universitas Negeri Makassar, Professor Dr. Ansari M. Hum, the Honorable Vice Dean, the distinguished keynote speakers. Here we have 5 distinguished keynote speakers, 3 from overseas and 2 from Indonesia. Dr. Ahmed Elngar from Beni Suef University, Egypt. Dr. Ali Sorayyaei, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Supaprawat Siripipatthanakul from Manipal Global Next University, Malaysia, and Bangkok Thonburi University, Thailand. Professor Dr. Yunisrina Qismullah Yusuf, SPD, Emling, from Universitas Kuala Aceh, Indonesia, and Associate Professor Wawan Gunawan, MED, Ph.D, from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, who is also the Dean of the Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, as well as the Chief Editor of International Journal of Applied Linguistics. It is my great honor on behalf of the English Department to welcome each of you to this international webinar on high quality writing and review practices for Scopus-Indexed Journals, challenges and opportunities. We are truly delighted to see such a diverse audience joining us today from various universities, institutions, and even different countries. Your presence is a testament to the shared commitment we hold toward advancing academic excellence, strengthening global scholarly networks, and promoting rigorous research practices. Today's event is especially meaningful because we are joined by 5 distinguished keynote speakers, experts from Indonesia and abroad, whose contribution to research, publication, and peer review practices have widely been recognized. We extend our deepest appreciation and warmest welcome to each of them. Thank you for taking the time to share your insights, expertise, and experience with us. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, the demand for high-quality academic writing and ethical constructive review practices has become increasingly urgent. As more scholars aim to publish in Scopus-Indexed Journals, they face not only opportunities, but also significant challenges related to research design, academic integrity, manuscript preparation, methodological rigor, and navigating the complex peer review process. At the same time, we are also witnessing remarkable opportunities. The global academic opportunity is now more connected than ever before. Digital platforms allow collaboration across borders, open access movement, expand the reach of scholarly work, and capacity building initiatives like today's webinar, empower emerging researchers to improve their writing skills, refine their arguments, and engage more confidently with international publication landscape. The webinar is designed to support that mission Through today's lectures and discussions, we expect that participants will gain some of the following. First, deeper understanding of the standards and expectation of Scopus-Indexed Journals. Second, practical strategies for enhancing academic writing quality. Third, insights into the principles of effective ethical peer review. And the last, renewed motivation to pursue impactful and responsible research. Ladies and gentlemen, to our lecturers and researchers, may this event strengthen your scholarly endeavors and open new avenues for collaboration. To our professionals, may the knowledge shared today enrich your work across industries. And to our students, may today's discussion inspire you to begin your own research journeys with confidence, curiosity, and integrity. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee, volunteers, and partners who work tirelessly to make this international webinar possible. Your dedication reflects our department's commitment to fostering academic excellence and global engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take this opportunity not only to learn, but also to connect across disciplines, institutions, and nations. May today's program be fruitful, inspiring, and beneficial for all of us. I wish you all a productive and meaningful experience. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the meaningful message, sir. We are now honored to welcome Professor Dr. Ansari M. Hum, the Dean of the Faculty of Language and Literature, Universitas Negeri Makassar, to deliver the official opening remarks. Professor, the screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, MC. Honorable Vice Dean, Honorable Head of the English Department, distinguished speakers, respected colleagues and lecturers, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
My peace and blessing be upon us all. It is a privilege for me to extend heartfelt welcome to every participant joining this international webinar. Whether you are with us here in Indonesia or connecting from abroad, your presence this morning affirms a shared commitment to strengthening scholarly communication and advancing to the culture of research within our academic community. The theme we carry today, high-quality writing and review practices for Scopus-Indexed Journals, challenges and opportunities, capture and issue the stand at the country end of contemporary academic development. In recent years, the ambition to publish a reputable index journal has increased significantly, yet we all recognize that the journal toward international publication is really simple. It requires persistency, clarity of thought, ethical responsibility, and above all, a willingness to learn. What makes today event particularly special is that it brings together 5 keynote speakers who each represent a unique academic journey. Their experience in navigating publication processes, meeting high educational standards, and engaging in constructive peer review will offer us valuable insight. Insight shaped not only by professional expertise, but also by years of dedication and global engagement. We are deeply grateful for their willingness to share their knowledge with our faculty and community. Ladies and gentlemen, our faculty believes that academic writing is not merely a technical skill. It is an intellectual practice, one that reflects our value, our integrity, and our aspiration as scholars, as educators. We have the responsibility to guide our students and young researchers toward writing that is thoughtful, evidence-based, and globally relevant. And as researchers, we must commit to review practices that are fair, rigorous, and supportive of academic growth. This webinar is therefore more than an event. It is a collaborative effort to elevate the quality of our academic ecosystem. It is an invitation to reflect on how we can build stronger research culture, foster cross-border collaboration, and contribute more meaningful to global conversation in our respective fields. To all lecturers and researchers attending today, I hope the discussion will stimulate new ideas and open new pathways for publication and collaboration. To our students, encourage you to listen in closely, ask questions, and allow today insight to shape your future scholarly ambition. And to the organizing committee, thank you for your dedication and hard work in ensuring that this program progress smoothly and professionally. Ladies and gentlemen, wishing great appreciation for everyone participation, I extend a warm welcome to this international webinar. My acknowledge we exchange today express us, challenges us, and move us collectively towards greater academic excellency. With that, I am pleased to formally open this international webinar on high quality writing and review practice for Scopus-Indexed Journals. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now enjoy a beautiful cultural presentation, a video performance of the traditional Padupa dance presented by Universitas Negeri Makassar. Operator, please play the Padupa dance video. you, operator. That was a wonderful performance, ladies and gentlemen. That's one of our ways to show you our cultural pride, Sulawesi Selatan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached at the end of our opening ceremony. Thank you for your attention and participation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our keynote session, let us take a moment to capture today's wonderful gathering. This will be our official group photo. So we kindly invite everyone to turn on your cameras and get ready. And don't worry, I'll guide you through the photo session step by step, from slide to slide, so please stay with me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, I invite you all to open your camera and then face the camera, ladies and gentlemen. So, all right, I can see many beautiful smiles appears on the screen. Thank you. Well, for our first photo, let's keep it smile, okay? Everyone, please face your camera. Ready? 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you. That was wonderful. Now let's move to our second slide. Give me your happiest conference smile. Okay, ready, everyone? 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Once more, guys. Okay. Now, if you feel comfortable, you may make a small gesture, thumbs up or peace sign or love sign maybe. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, ready? 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, you can move to another gesture once more. 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you. That's fantastic. Thank you for your bright smiles, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, we will begin our keynote session with our first speaker, Dr. Ahmed A. Elngar from Beni Suef University, Egypt. Please stay with us as we prepare the session. But before, please allow me to acknowledge you the presence of institutions joining us today. The operator, please the screen. I will show you some institutions joining us for today's webinar. Again and again, we are truly honored today because this webinar has brought together participants from across archipelago, from the westernmost tip of Aceh to the eastern lands of Papua. So, Alhamdulillah, we can make this webinar to become very rich today. Representatives are joining us from more than 25 provinces in Indonesia, including Aceh, North Sumatra, West Sumatra, Riau, Jambi, South Sumatra, Bengkulu, Lampung, the Jakarta Capital Region, West Java, Central Java, Yogyakarta, East Java, Bali, and Kalimantan region. Maybe, ladies and gentlemen, you may write down or message us in the room chat where the institution you come with us. Where, ladies and gentlemen, we are also joined by colleges from the entire Sulawesi region, spanning north, southeast, west, and especially South Sulawesi, the home of Universitas Negeri Makassar. And also, all of dozens of universities, Islamic institutes, polytechnics, vocational schools, and private educational centers are represented today, forming one of the most diverse academic audience we have ever hosted. Ladies and gentlemen, and beyond Indonesia, we are also delighted to welcome our international attendees joining us from Malaysia, Pakistan, and Nigeria, represented by leading universities, colleges, and academic institutions. Your presence today truly reflects the global spirits of collaboration that this webinar aims to foster. Ladies and gentlemen, to all national and international institutions, again and again, we would like to say thank you for being part of this global academic gathering. And of course, for all participants here who have been giving us the chat, where do you come from? And again, thank you for being part of this global academic gathering. Your participation elevates the quality, the reach, and the significance of today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, now, after the screen, we will start the keynote session that will be handled by my college Miss Murdia Said, SPD Amtasol. To my dearest college, the screen is yours. Thank you. So I'm Suci Amalia. Bye-bye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hi everyone, am I audible? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Greeting from Makassar, Universitas Negeri Makassar. I am Murdia, a junior lecturer from State University of Makassar, from English department. And today I will have a session as a moderator. And thank you very much for MC for introducing me to the audience. Good morning to all distinguished keynote speakers, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today in this international webinar, both online and offline, at the English Department, Faculty of Language and Literature, Makassar State University. And this morning, we're gonna talk about a very interesting topic, which is high quality writing and review practices for Scopus-Indexed Journals, challenges and opportunities. Well, speaking about review practices for Scopus-Indexed Journals has never been easy, yet it is always compelling topic to explore. In this session, we will unpack the complexities behind the review processes and apprehend what really strengthens a manuscript. In the first session, we have three highly respected scholars from Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start the sessions, I would like to ask the participant, if you have a questions, we have provided a chat menu. You can ask the questions there. And then during the session, please turn off your microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our first incredible speaker, Dr. Ali Sorayyaei Azar. He is a distinguished scholar in applied linguistics from University of Malaya, Malaysia. He has over 25 years of experience in English language teaching, research, and curriculum development across Iran, Turkey, Qatar, and Malaysia. His works focuses on discourse analysis, corpus linguistics, TEFL, and the integrations of AI and educational technology in language learning. He has published widely in international journals and has served as editor for several academic books. Without further ado, Dr. Azar, you have approximately 20 to 25 minutes for the sessions. The screen is yours.
Okay, salam sejahtera. Good morning, everyone. Good morning from Malaysia. Greetings to ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to grab this opportunity to thank you and send my special regards to Universitas Negeri Makassar, if I pronounce it correctly, and the dean, deputy deans, and all the management team, senior lecturers, professors, lecturers, and all the students, distinguished speakers as well from different countries. Thank you, MC. Thank you, Dr. Mordia Said, for the introduction, and the other respective management team, deans and deputy deans introduce us to the audience today. This is an international webinar, as the title already highlighted. This is going to be kind of experience and knowledge sharing session from different speakers. Why we are here? Because maybe there are several options and several reasons. First of all, the dean started to highlight the intellectuality of the publications. I'd like to grab this also words or terminology that our respected dean from Universitas Negeri Makassar highlighted. It's about not only, when we are talking about publications, it's not only sharing our findings. It is about a kind of sharing intellectuality. And also we want to share maybe a kind of opening the session, opening the road, opening the windows to all the world, especially our discourse community members, that how we are going to talk about, how we are going to discuss, how we are going to argue. Sometimes publications, it's not only findings, it is beyond the findings. So I'd like to share my slides here. First of all, let me go my slides and then, okay. Am I allowed to share my slides?
Yes, sure. Please,
Okay.
Dr.
Okay.
Azar.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I think everyone can see my slides, right? Yeah. Okay. Hold on, please. Display. Okay. Okay, my name is Dr. Ali Sorayyaei Azar from Faculty of Education, University of Malaya. Okay, today in this international webinar that is organized by University Negeri Makassar in Indonesia. The entitled of this international webinar is High Quality Writing Review Practices for Scopus-Indexed Journals, Challenges and Opportunities. I'd like to go directly to my major and also important point, that how we can develop author expertise to prepare strong manuscripts. And especially I'd like to highlight, sometimes our papers get rejected. Also, that is possibilities there. And this is a kind of experience. All of us gain this experience. We want to know that why these papers get rejected. So based on this, I'd like to go to the three main objectives. So first of all, as I highlighted, publication is more than sharing findings. It's about meeting standards and avoiding the pitfalls, shortcomings, that we want to get the acceptance and also get this opportunity to share our findings. So in this talk, I'd like to highlight three objectives: understand the publication process, identify and avoid common pitfalls in manuscript preparation, how we want to avoid these pitfalls in our manuscript preparation and our submission, and also be familiar a little bit with the analytical sections of a research article. So let's get started. First of all, there are two questions here that we need to highlight these questions when we are going to, especially to our writing in academic writing, actually. One of the questions is, what do you have to say when we are going to reach to the level of publications and share our arguments, discussions, and findings? This is a very important question that we need to ask ourselves. What is there that I want to share with the editors, reviewers, and my audience? And the next question, where's the most appropriate place to say it? And this is very important because I need to find my special setting. First of all, I need to ask myself to which community I belong to, or I want to attach to, or I want to stick to. If I am in the field of, for example, applied linguistics, under applied linguistics discourse analysis and my sharing of findings and my experience, my reports, my arguments going to be under discourse. So I need to find relevant journals, relevant settings in order to share my findings. If it is irrelevant, I mean, if the source, the place that I am going to appropriately share my findings, if this setting is irrelevant, definitely rejection is there. So these questions, critical questions, I always call it critical questions, and also ask my PhD students, first of all, when we are writing, before writing, we need to think about several questions in order to get accepted or get, to be able to join to that discourse community. Here, we can refer to the several publication types. Let's say that we have different types of publications. Also, we need to consider, am I going to publish a book or a book chapter? Is it a peer-reviewed article? On the research genre, we have different types of genres and subgenres, like, for example, research articles, research reports, short communications, short research communications. Even sometimes I am the eyewitness of some people writing communications to the editors in some journals, and that is accepted. Highly impact factors, Scopus and Web of Science. So short communication scientific reports, 2 pages, 3 pages, but they are acceptable and they have accepted to publish it. And then review articles, a very important, one of the important review genres that we have. Rarely postgraduate students being familiar with review articles. This is totally different from article reviews. I'd like to highlight this point. Review articles sometimes go to be a kind of very lengthy, sometimes 100 pages, 90, 95 pages. Review articles written by scholars and experts only. And one of the major sources for review articles in applied linguistics, I can call it ARL. ARL stands for Annual Review of Applied Linguistics, publishing under Cambridge University Press. So the next is book reviews. Some of the journals accept book reviews, and some cases study reports. Sometimes we have academic newsletters, either national one or local chapters. So as I started to this argument or this discussion that we need to select our journal before beginning our writing, that is very true. We need to know that what type of the discourse community members going to read my papers, read my sharing of findings or arguments or discussions. So I need to select my journal before submission of any manuscript or even before writing. Then if I have chosen any article, any journal, then I need to go to that journal's website, at least to download 1 or 2 articles, read some of those articles in the journal that we are going to consider to publish our papers, in order to become familiar with the lexis, in order to be familiar with the format, general structure of those journals, what kind of papers they accept. So that is very important for us to see that where we want to enter. So familiarize ourselves with the culture, with the environment of that setting, means journal. And then the next step, getting to be familiar with the guidelines of that journal, before going to, it looks like sometimes some of my students, postgraduate students, they have written, and after that they want to target the journal and go to see that, okay, this journal finds this paper or accept this paper or not. That is a it should be the other way around. We need to familiarize ourselves with the journal, with the template, with the environment, with the cultural perspectives of that journal. First of all, we want to see that we can join to that discourse community of that journal or not, because it is going to be evaluated by the editorial desk and also the examiner. So we need to become familiar with that culture, with that environment, with that lexis, with that genre. So later on, style, format, references, that's how we are going to put in our papers. The next question goes to our readers. Who are our readers? When I am writing any manuscript, any paper, before writing, I need to ask myself, I am writing this paper to who? Okay, when we are looking at the analysis of the texts, according to discourse analysts, there are several categories that we want to consider. We need to consider them in order to analyze the text. One of those categories is intentionality. In the text itself, when we are analyzing the text, we see that what is the intentionality of the writer. The same is true before writing any manuscript. You need to ask yourself, who is going to read my manuscript? Who is going to be my reader? Who is my supervisor? Who is my editor? Who is going to be my, for example, audience? So based on that, I will ask myself what they want from my writing. Definitely, when we are asking these questions, critical questions, we are on the clear track, crystal clear, that our paper cannot be rejected, because we are on the right track with exactly what we want to convey to whom and in which channel and which lexis, or let's go and say that with which linguistics and textual strategies. So what do they want? Definitely they want important information with impact. That is very important. They don't want redundant information. They need new ones. So novelty should be there. New insights should be there. Cutting edge. And don't forget quality. So when we are talking about these items, each one needs a very lengthy and very, very lengthy arguments and discussion sessions, but I am going just very on the surface. The paper from readers' perspectives, it should raise an awareness of interest in the manuscripts that we are writing. Descriptions of known information, so the background facts should be there. Containing research design and analysis, so our analysis of the findings should be very accurate, in depth, and also the research design that we have chosen, it should be very accurate, appropriate. If we are going to, for example, based on our objectives, to choose qualitative research design, so my qualitative research design should be appropriately designed. I need to look at the quality of the research as well. When we are talking about quality, what I mean here, I need to look at the validity, reliability of our research design, especially research tools. That's very important. And it is important to ask ourselves that if this tool that I am using in my research design appropriate or not, valid or not, reliable or not. Definitely I need a pilot testing for the evaluation of my research tool. So that is why we are talking about containing quality research design and the analysis. So next point is extracting essentials and giving directions. So definitely I need to make sure that in my paper, I have discussed, I have evaluated I have reflections on my writing and the others' writing. It means that when we are writing discussion, we need to have a kind of reflection and evaluation between my findings and the previous researchers' findings in the literature review. How to prepare the paper, by the way. When we are talking about preparation, the manuscripts, there are several elements and items that we need to take into our consideration. First of all, to deliver the message appropriately. When we are talking appropriate, conveying the message, it is equal to several elements. First of all, quality of the research. First of all, after that, we are talking about the type of the English that we are using in that paper and how we are going to design it. Providing the opportunity to distill the essential knowledge. So we need to we need to create a setting for our readers, for our examiners, for our supervisor to have this kind of opportunities to get my shared ideas and findings from my writing. It means that to convey this very clearly to my audience, and this essential knowledge going to be internalized in my readers. The title also very important in my papers. Title should be catchy. Title should be very interesting. Nowadays, a lot of different types of titles are there. I have put here some characteristics about the title. When we are submitting any, even in the conference or in the paper, that the abstract is there. Abstract also should be very catchy. In abstract, usually we are talking about 5 moves. I mean that we need to talk about background, we need to talk about objectives, we need to talk about methodology, results, and discussion or implications of the research. So when we are talking about abstract, again, we need to ask ourselves, we are going to write this abstract to which journal, to which manuscript? Am I going to write this abstract to a kind of theoretical paper, or it is going to be an empirical paper? So different genres have their own different abstracts. So abstracts genre or moves totally different from each other. I need to highlight this point. We have different types of abstracts, so we need to consider these things. So I cannot cover all these things, but I just want to highlight the main important things. Easy access to information, accuracy, and relevancy. When we are talking about manuscript, I need to open the door to the audience, to the reader, to the examiner, that my information is accurate and relevant. If this is easily accessed to the examiner, to the auditor, to the editor, you will not be rejected at the editorial desk, definitely. So it will proceed with the other sections of reviewing your paper. Writing in English. When we are talking about English, we know that we have Englishes now, world Englishes. So, but we need to know that that journal accepts what kind of English. So we need to ask ourselves. Definitely we need academic English. So academic English that's going to be definitely accepted with that community of that journal. So when we are talking about discourse community has its own characteristics. One of the characteristics of discourse community is talking in the same language that the community members talking. Means that when they are talking about academic English, their speech through academic English, so I need to tune my English with that kind of level of English. Definitely context different, so my English also will be different. Avoid the slangs, too much abbreviations, and avoid too much shortened forms. Definitely there are pitfalls in our writing. If we are talking about types of issues in preparation and publication of the papers, I have highlighted here 3 types of issues. Let's go from 1 to 3 and again back from 3 to 1. The number 1, talking about issues in overall problems. When we are talking or looking at for example, overall problems, we are talking about maybe structural organization of the manuscript, okay? When we are talking about overall problems, maybe we want to look at the moves that I have included in my introduction level. For example, is my introduction catchy? Usually when we are talking about introduction, I remember one of the professors highlighted point, Professor Ken Highland always highlighting that, even John Swales highlighting that introduction should have selling options. Means that it looks like we are going to sell our paper through introduction, through abstracts. So your introduction should have the several moves. So these are the important points that we need to look at. Am I writing my introduction appropriately, following the same components that I need to include? Methodology. So structural organization of the paper refers to overall problems. For example, journal accepts the papers that have selected and separated literature review. After introduction, it has literature review, then methodology. Am I included literature review separately or not? So these are overall problems that we need to follow, and we need to read the guidelines of the journal. The next issue is problem with our writing. We need to improve our writing and bring to the level of academic writing of that discourse community members that they accept. They can't reject it, because we are talking the same language that they are talking. When I am talking about language, it's not meaning that, okay, I am talking Turkish, so they are talking Turkish, so we accept each other. No. What I mean by the language here, lexis, genre, the way that register, style that we are talking about. So problem with writing is very important. We need to see that where is my problem in my writing? I need to improve it. I want to expand it. So that's why I ask you, before going to the submission of the level of submission of your paper, go and download few papers of that journal, read those journals, those papers, to see that you're writing also at the same level or not. The third issue is problem with research. That's why you can see the two kinds of arrows here. You need to consider that this problem with research sometimes considered the first priority. Sometimes your overall problems considered first priority. When we are talking about problem with research, so definitely maybe I have some pitfalls in my methodology. Maybe my conceptual framework not aligned with my objectives. Objectives talking about qualitative research, but my conceptual framework talking about, for example, quantitative research design. So you see this alignment of methodology of the research, very important. When we have conducted research, definitely we need to follow the validity, quality, reliability of the instrument. All the research design should be appropriately designed and chosen, and all the principles of the research should be taken into consideration and followed. So these three types of issues, we need to be very careful. When the manuscripts goes to the editors, because I am one of the editorial board members of the journals in Malaysia under one of the universities, UITM, Asian Journal of University Education. When the papers coming to us, we have our meetings, editorial meetings. We go through the papers, and we want to see that, for example, the papers following which type of issue. Either it is overall problem, it is problem with their writing, or it is a problem with their research. So the three issues will be categorized. When it is serious, so the rejection is at the desk. It means that editorial desk rejection. When research principles, accurate, and reliability, validity is there, and when we see that, okay, academic writing is there, overall problems will go through the examiners and reviewers giving the comments and corrections. That is not a problem. So you need to see the priority of the issues here. Let me skip this one again, go to the next slide. 2-3 peer reviewers are given the manuscript. I'd like here to highlight how evaluation going to be done. Okay, So these reviewers are content experts, okay, experienced authors. So your paper will gone through blinded peer review. When it is blinded, means that the main author doesn't know who are the reviewers or examiners. And after comments coming to the editorial desk, this is the main editor that's going to decide to accept your research paper or not. So editor makes a final decision. So reaching to this level, definitely a little bit robust and also strict, we need to consider. If we look at the general structure of research article, I have divided, and some of the experts put it as a kind of fish. Title, abstract keywords consider the header of the fish. Conclusion, reference, acknowledgements, supplementary data considered as the tail of the fish. The body goes to about introduction, IMRD, introduction, methodology, results, and discussion. So these several sections or parts of this fish, very important for us. We need to make it as a whole picture. We cannot miss it. It looks like pieces of a puzzle we are putting together, make it the whole picture. So when we are talking about IMRD, we need to be very careful about that journal that we have chosen. Does that journal provide and follow, for example, introduction, literature review, methodology, results, discussion? So we need to include literature review. Sometimes journals, literature review merge with introduction, then we can follow IMRD. Or in this one, in this shape, we can refer to, again, structural organization of the paper. Again, title, author, abstract, and keywords are the head. So sometimes even in the conferences, they need only our abstracts. They want to see that where we are, what kind of information we want to share. And then the body of the paper, definitely introduction, methods, and results. And then discussion and conclusion will be part of our papers. Sometimes some journals, they don't accept discussion and conclusion to be merged. So we need to separate. So in education, sometimes discussion and conclusion, it is possible to come together. So we are following the guidelines and the scope of the journals that we are going to write to them. Okay, what about the production process? In the production process, okay, we need to kind of outline, and we need to set an outline. So based on an outline, we need to start our work. And sometimes when we want to start, we will see that, no, it is not a good start, then finish it. It's ended here. Title and abstract, remember, should come last. So when you have done with your work, you can come to abstract and also refine your title. Sometimes you will see that you have done your research, everything done, the title and the research doesn't match. So we need to align it. So finish the draft, leave it for a few days and read again to see that is it appropriate or not. Make sure that the data analytical model methodology being used are mentioned in the abstract, in the title as well. Do not put a weak abstract without using the appropriate patterns that I talked about it. Follow journal instructions, authors, format, length of text, very important. Number of figures, text. Sometimes they want tables and figures inside the text. Sometimes at the end, you need to submit. And references should be followed. APA, 7th edition nowadays, everyone following it. Or sometimes some journals, they have their own style, maybe Michigan style. Titles needs to follow several characteristics in each title. Sometimes we need to have analytical model plus data, and methods should be clearly mentioned. So your title needs to be informative, very important, and attract the editors' eyes, first of all, and then examiners. A title, remember, is a text in miniature. So title itself is a text. It's considered a text. I remember when I was doing my PhD in Malaysia at University of Malaya, one of my classmates' title was about titles. He did his PhD about titles. So that's very important. So despite its succinctness, it is expected to be all inclusive. So title should be very important.
Yeah, I'm so sorry,
Yeah.
Dr. Ahmed. This is just a
how much?
reminder. Yeah, 2 minutes left.
Okay, 2 minutes. So I will go to my this one. Yeah. So an introduction section of a research paper, okay, needs to follow several moves. And these are the moves that I have always teaching my students, postgraduate students, consider in writing introduction. Maybe the first part, we can talk about establishing a territory. In the establishing territory, we need to talk about interests and the importance of our research. Next, establishing a niche, identify a gap and highlight the issues in your introduction. And at the end of your introduction, you can bring the purposes, objectives, research questions if needed, and they ask for you. And also you can, sometimes some journals asking about some findings. Okay, these are the points that I wanted to share today with you. Very limited time. Definitely you see that each of these items or each of these slides need a very lengthy discussion. I hope I started a kind of setting and we opened the window to argue and discuss among the scholars here. So we need to know that we are here just when we are going to the education, we are educating our students to think critically. We cannot give them facts. They need to find out and they need to explore more this world. So thank you very much, everyone. This is my email address here. If you are interested, you can drop an email in my box. We can discuss. And if you have any questions, you are most welcome. I'd like to listen to your comments. Thank you. Am I on time?
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ali Azar, for sharing such valuable perspective with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now proceeding to our second speaker, Dr. Wawan Gunawan, MEd, PhD. He is a senior lecturer at Linguist at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Bandung. He earned his Master of Education in Language and Literacy from the University of Queensland, Australia, and completed his PhD in Linguistics at the University of Massachusetts, USA. Dr. Wawan specializes in systematic functional linguistics, discourse analysis, language education, and academic writing. He has contributed as an editor and reviewer for academic books, journals, and actively collaborates in national and international academic development programs related to language teaching, curriculum design, and scholarly writing. And for your information, everyone, he is also as an editor of IJOL. Correct me if I misspell the name of the journal. Associate Professor. Okay, without further ado, Dr. Wawan, you have approximately 20 to 25 minutes for the sessions. The screen is yours.
Thank you, the moderator. Can everybody hear me clear? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's an honor for me to be here and to meet you all virtually. And special gratitude to the honored Dean of the Faculty of Language and Literature, UNM, head of the English department or English study program. I invited guests and speakers, senior lecturers, professors, junior lecturers, students, and writers and researchers, Universitas Negeri Makassar, UNM. I'm glad to meet you all, and I just attended to Pak Azhar presentation. Thank you very much, Pak Azhar. And I'd like to continue what Dr. Azhar presented just now, but with my own topic highlighted by the committee. And let me share screen. So for about 22 or 25 minutes, as the committee has stated, has allotted for me to talk about the editorial decision-making and journal quality assurance, upholding standards in the Scopus ecosystem. I just like to share my experience as an editor, a reviewer of a journal manuscript, what to do first, what to do next, and also what do we need to pay attention to when our paper should be accepted or should not be rejected by the journal management or the journal management system. And we also focus on my experience when I'm looking at a title. For example, I know that, as Dr. Azar mentioned just now, that the title should be catchy, the abstract should be attractive, the introduction should be interesting. And I have seen some of the manuscript, but the further we read the paper to the method, results, and less catchy and less attractive paper is or tends to be, because perhaps the authors, just like I myself, when I wrote the paper, I tried to make it more interesting at the beginning of the chapter, at the beginning of the section, just like catchy title and attractive abstract. And they should be like that because, you know, this is to invite the readers. So that's the first site that that I usually look at when I'm editing, when I'm reviewing the journal articles. However, the further we go, and then I find some of the problems, especially in some sections. So I'm going to talk about what section in the manuscript that is considered vital from the editor's eye, especially from my own experience when I edit a journal manuscript. So, for example, Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics has received more than 500 manuscripts per issue, while this journal publishes 25 papers. So we need extra time and extra energy to have a look at every single manuscript. But this is not counted the ones that have been held because of the reviewing process. So the number of the journal articles keep increasing in each session of publication, which is 3 times a year. So therefore, what we need to look at here first is looking at the stages of managing journal articles. So the first one, usually we do 2H, like initial screening decisions, and then peer review management decisions, post-review synthesis decision, quality assurance and ethics decision, and strategic journal level decisions. I know this is very relative or maybe comparative to other management system of journal, but at least the journal articles submitted to the journal get through this process. Whether it is much focused on the first stage or the next stage, it depends on the journal itself. And then what is 3H? Usually we look at the initial screening by asking question, does this manuscript belong in this journal? So look at the scope. If this is about Journal of Tourism, and it's not including the issue of discourse analysis of journal tourism website, for example, or text. So this is not the scope of the journal. And then I'm sorry for
Lalu Indonesia Raya akan segera
Okay,
dikumandangkan.
so dear everyone, please
Terdiri tegak dengan
mute
sikap
microphone.
sempurna.
Yes, this is the session for the presenter. Thank you.
sorry to hold on for a moment.
Yeah, Dr. Wawan, you may continue.
Thank you for your patience. I know that we have
Dan melanjutkan aktivitas seperti biasa.
we have different time zone, and
Yeah.
here in Bandung
Yeah,
it's
that's
7
okay.
o'clock.
Yeah.
I think the same
All
case
right.
is in UNM, right? As we should play Indonesian anthem every time every 10 o'clock every day. My
Oh, that's
my
good.
excuse. Shall we
Okay.
continue, moderator?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Okay, so in these initial screening sessions, we ask questions whether this manuscript belongs to this journal. It's about scope of this journal. This is about linguistics, and this is about language. This is about teaching, and this is about discourse analysis. So I think everyone can see the information in a journal website. Is there any minimum level quality, language structure methods? So, for example, is it supposed to be in English? We can allow Indonesian language to be the language for a journal, or perhaps mixed between Indonesian and English. So it's a general overview of the journal articles in a very quick manner that we can decide whether this is going to be accepted or rejected. And then peer review management decisions. So whom to invite as reviewers? I think this belongs to management work. I think this is management work to find expertise of people with no conflict of interest and with the diversity of institutions. So one journal article should be reviewed by person from other institutions to be fair, and how many reviewers are enough, whether this is going to be with one reviewer or one editor or two reviewers. And then the next one is peer review management decisions. So reading the manuscript and reviewer reports, then deciding reject or revise or resubmit or major revision. Usually we find some major revisions and we resubmit it. We ask the authors to revise and resubmit the paper and accept, and not treating review recommendations as vote, but as evidence to the editor interprets. So this is not going to be voting like, there are three edits, there are three reviewers, and the two reviewers support, one reviewer rejects. Then it's not decided by the majority of the people who vote, but we look at the evidence between reviewer 1, reviewer 2, and reviewer 3. So quality assurance and ethics decision, what to do when there are some signals of plagiarism, data problems, authorship disputes, and unethical methods. And it's also a big issue, especially the issue of plagiarism. And now the involvement of AI, for example, it's really difficult to sort out the plagiarism issues. And it's the journal management system needs one or another way to detect plagiarism, and also to look at the way in which the topic and the way of writing the topic should be balanced in terms of how it is supposed to be expressed, and then the voice of the authors. So it depends on the quality assurance team in this case to consider the reviewers' comments, and also to consider some findings, some evidence related to data problems, authorship disputes, and plagiarism. Whether revision has truly addressed the main concerns or just cosmetically responded. So when reviewers have submitted the comments, for example, to the authors, and then the authors return the paper, so we need to look at it again, whether this is only cosmetic revision or not content-based revision. It's not really addressing the issue, for example. So this is one way to decide whether to reject, not to continue the process of publication. Then there is a strategic journal level decision, I think, in many journals, and almost all perhaps all journals in the world, because I don't know what happens to some journals in the world, balancing the portfolio topics, methods, and regions represented in the journal. So region represented in the journal is important for the journal management. For example, the authors should be coming from different institutions, different countries. So the more countries involved in the or the more countries, the more variety of countries stated in the journals, the better the journal is going to be. I think everybody has known, especially journal management, has already recognized this vital point to improve the journal indexation. And then protecting long-term quality, accepting weak but highly citable papers, avoiding citation games, maintaining alignment with the Scopus or COPE standards. I think there is a sideway strategy to protect long-term quality by looking at highly citable papers. So, for example, the issue of COVID, for example, a couple of years ago, has been highly considered because we know that this paper is going to be highly cited in the future. And some contextual issue related to, for example, now deep learning, for example, or some discourse or critical discourse embedded in evaluation rubrics, for example. So some other related topics which are getting people's more attention at a certain time, like in 2025. And then what do we consider vital in the manuscript? So this is editor's decision, but this is my own experiences, not representing other editors. So which section matter most for scientific credibility and editorial decisions? And I would say that method that includes materials and methods, why it is first for rigor and validity, because the method section is the most important aspect of the research paper. It provides information by which validity of study is ultimately judged. So we look at the methods because we know, or we read very quickly at the title or abstract, and then title abstract especially, at glance, we know that this is interesting topic, and the paper has an attractive abstract, for example, with very brief findings. But we know we look at more deeply the methods just to decide whether this is going to be a rigor paper or paper with rigor orientation to methodology, for example. So when people are doing in a procedural manner in terms of methodology, I think there's going to be a great novelty, and citation might be extremely high in the future. So here it's leading journals and reporting guidelines. For example, when you look at Consort or Prisma, etc., we know that it has some procedural way of doing the research, and we know that everybody has done so, and how the guidelines treat methods as a key to reproducibility and critical appraisal. So look at this: design, sampling, intervention, instruments analysis, bias control must be transparent in methodology. For scientific credibility, top journals will reject a paper with weak and opaque methods, even if the topic is hot. So the journal usually, well, at least, or perhaps at the best case, we know that the journal send us a notification that we have to revise a major revision, and we have to resubmit the paper to this journal or to other related journal under the management of this journal. Well, usually that happens, and I received this kind of notification many times when I submitted my own paper. Okay, the second one: which section matter most for scientific credibility and editorial decision, is results. Why it is second? Because the results show the empirical evidence produced by these methods. So high impact journals look for results that are robust, clearly presented, and appropriate to the method's questions. Correct statistic, effect sizes, confidence intervals, for example, transparent qualitative patterns, when they are transparent or they are explicit in the results. So I think it is highly accepted. If the results are weak, inconsistent, overinterpreted, when the results are overinterpreted because of the methods, for example, or because the methods are not well referenced, are not well written, are not transparent, are not clear, I think the interpretation might be affected. And sure, it should be affected. And the paper's contribution then collapse. So it is the second priority when I read the paper, to look at the results section. And methods and results, I think we consider vital because they are cores of the scientific claim. The next one that I look at more specifically is discussion section. Discussion might include conclusion section, or if separately, it only consists of discussion. So why it is third? Because like Elsevier, Wiley, Springer described the discussion as the most important for showing contribution, because the section interprets the results. So methods, results, and the discussion interprets the results, compares with literature, explain the implication and limitations. And many editors, may say the manuscripts are rejected because the discussion is underdeveloped, speculative, and not grounded in the data. So this is the kind of looking at the relation between methods and then results and discussion. So results also, or discussion section also shows vital positioning of the authors. So when we can feel that the authors have voice, we look at the discussion session. And then when we are trying to see what is the contribution of the paper, so look at the discussion session before coming to the conclusion. And then which section matter most then is introduction, why it comes after method, results, and discussion. Because a weak discussion makes the work look incremental and unfocused, which is dangerous in top journals, but its problems are sometimes fixable. So this one is more fixable because it's more fixable and more doable to fix than methods section. So here, what is missing in the current knowledge? Usually, what is the problem? Why is the problem important? The introduction builds rationale and gap. I think those points can be revised, can be added with reference to the methods and to the results. Okay, the next one is style and abstract. So I put this in the last part of the vital rank of the section of the rank of the section in terms of how vital it is. So title and abstract. The title and abstract are most important parts because they determine whether editors and reviewers even read the full paper or they drive discoverability and citation. However, in my point of view, in terms of scientific validity, they summarize rather than establish rigor. So when I receive feedback from the journal that I target, methodology is like rigor in methodology section, like rigor in a literature review. It doesn't discuss, but it only describes the concept of the theory. There is no invitation of discussion from every expert. So it's like rigor, for example. So I think rigor is related more to methods, results, discussion than to title and abstract. So we can have a look at this, that for rigor, methods, results, discussion are top. But for feasibility and first impression, title, abstract are top. So when we look at the title and abstract just to get the feasibility and first impression, and when we look at the methods and results discussion, we look at the rigor. But then this is the decision points, whether the paper is rejected or not, is to see whether it is rigorous or not. But whether the paper needs to be revised or not, you can have a look at the abstract or title because it is easier to revise than revising methods. Okay, the next one, you may have a look at the figures, tables. I think this section is ranked here because figures and tables are supplementary materials and are parts of the results and methods. So you see that methods and results consist of tables, charts, etc. And references, show whether the authors know the position they work in the current relevant literature. References support the argument, so they don't by themselves determine validity. That's why they come after the core sections of this list. So when we look at the references, and it is updated sometimes when we work on a paper, and then for years, for example, before getting published, and we need to look back to references and update the reference. Declaration, it is, sometimes ignored, but I think it has a vital role because it's the gatekeeper section, often quick to check, but crucial. So whether your paper is funded by research service institution in your campus or by other grants, should be declared in this in the last part of the manuscript. So why top 5 publisher like Science Direct, Springer, Tyler, Francis, John Wiley and Sons, and Sage Publication? We look at this example. It's one of the paper by Elsevier, produced by Elsevier, published by Elsevier, and we look at the methods section. If you look at the methods section here, there are tables, there are figures, and also there's some introductory sections. And then you look at more about this, more information in the methodology sections. So in terms of methods, a procedure to answer research question 1 or research question 2, and so on. So why we do have this? Because overall, or basically, when we write paper, it's just to answer research question 1 or research question 2 or research question 3 or other research questions. That's why we wrote the paper, or we write the paper, except if it is a literature review or ILSR or bibliometric paper. But the same thing as empirical paper, it should consist of research design, research context, research procedure, participants, demography, respondents, subjects, data collection, techniques, data and data sources, data analytical procedure. But what happens with this, if you count, look at this one, it consists of research context and then project review. I highlight in yellow, participants is already here, and also procedure is already here. The analysis is already here. And then this is research procedure, data sources, and then the procedure of data collection. And then overall, 980 words. Method section should be between 800 and 1,000 words. So this is one way of trying to uphold the quality of high index journal manuscript. So in this case, when we look at this, it will be easy to review and reject the following manuscript by looking at the number of words and assume that the method is like a robust. So look at this one, sample one. I received a manuscript sent to Ijal, and it only consists of 3 paragraphs for the methods section. So there are only 2 points, although despite lack of details in terms of research design. The study examines the linguistic landscape, and then the linguistic landscape should be provided with the design of linguistic landscape study, for example. So it needs more information. And also participants. There is information about participants, but more information. I need more information about participant. While the data collection technique, data and data sources, data analytical procedure, data research procedure are not available here. It's too short to be accepted in Q journal, even Q3. So therefore, it's easy to reject. So when you're trying to submit a journal articles, make sure that at least 800 words for methods section. Otherwise, it will be easy for us to determine, oh, this is like a research design, no information about participants, there's no information about respondent, data collection, or data analytical procedure. When I ask them to review or to resubmit this paper, it's going to be hard. Sometimes we don't know whether they don't write it in details because the data is it's just like imaginary data, so we are worried about this. Okay, sample 2, for example, it only has data research procedure because using semantic and cultural theories, employing contrastive methods, there are some metaphorical similarities. So research procedure is here. But then PRISM model, this is also research procedure. Selection categorization, this is research procedure. The process highlighted the similarities. This is also research procedure, but we don't have any information about research design, participants, respondents, data collection techniques, data and data sources, or that data analytical process. So we don't have any information on it. It will be easy for me to, to reject this paper. So I think why I'm sure that method section is very vital in writing a manuscript because writing empirical paper is about writing what we do, and what we do should be informed by research design, by references, or by accepted procedures. So by doing some procedural work, we believe that it will generate more novelties in research. I think that's all what I can share with you for 20 seconds or 25 minutes. My apologies for taking so much time, and for others that you may require more information. Thank you very much.
All right. Our sincere gratitude to Associate Professor Dr. Wawan for your insightful presentations today. So please stay with us until the end of the sessions because we have still one speaker more. I'm pleased to introduce Professor Dr. Supaprawat Siripipatthanakul. He is a distinguished academic and currently serves as a senior faculty member at Bangkok Thonburi University, Thailand, and as adjunct professor at Manipal Global Next University. And then he combines his background in education, management, health, and behavioral sciences to conduct interdisciplinary research. He is also highly active as an editorial and peer-reviewed reviewer in international journals, exemplifying a commitment to rigorous scholarship and cross-cultural collaborations. Professor Siripipatthanakul, you have 20 to 25 minutes for presentations. The screen is respectfully yours. Hello, Dr. Ake, are you there? Oh, yeah. Welcome, Dr. Ake.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I'm here.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so while preparing maybe for the presentations, I will remind you again that you have 20 to 25 minutes for presentations. Thank you.
Wait a few minutes because I could not share my screen.
Okay.
Uh, I'm not sure what the issue. I could not share my screen.
All right.
Let me check.
Okay. Okay. Oh yeah.
Could you
Screen
see?
kepitingnya.
Sorry.
Okay. Maybe you have a problem with the screen. So would you like
Yes.
to send us your presentations? Then we will help you to controlling the screen.
Okay,
Is that
I
okay?
sent it to Dr. Andrew already.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you so much. All right, wait a moment. We will help you to share the screen. All right, Dr. Ake, how was the weather in Thailand now? Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
I can see.
All right. I think all good. You may start. Thank you.
Okay. Uh, Thank you for the invitation. This is my name, Dr. Supaprawat Siripipatthanakul, or Dr. Ake, for the International Webinar 2025, and hosted by the English Department, Faculty of Language and Literature, Universitas Negeri, Makassar, Indonesia. And I'm from Bangkok Thunbury University, Thailand, and also be the adjunct professor at Global Next University, Malaysia. The topic about today is in the theme of the high quality writing and review practices for Scopus-Indexed Journal, challenges and opportunity. Next slide, please. Hello. Hello. Could you hear me? Yes. Next slide, please. Okay. This is the poster, and I got it for two days ago. And for the invitation letter for the next slide, please. Okay, next slide. The topic for today, for me, is about the artificial intelligence and educational technology adoptions for Scopus-Indexed publication. Next slide, please. I may use not too much takes much time because I have the schedule of patent treatment also for today. And if you would like to do the Scopus in the publication, I think it could be a dramatic increase in research adoption of artificial intelligence in educational technology or EdTech after 2019, especially when release of generative AI or ChatGPT on 2022. Next slide, please. Because the academic writing in publication, especially for Scopus publication, the issue is about the ethical artificial intelligence academic writing involves in using artificial intelligence or AI as a tool for your assistant. Is about of your grammar checking and your paraphrasing, and the artificial intelligence could not be replaced of the original of your work, but I think is necessary for check for AI similarity and plagiarism. Next slide, please. The artificial intelligence could be used to support the task, for example, of the grammar collection and paraphrasing. But when you use it, it's retained of the human capacity for the fact checking and content generation. But unethical issue could be if you use as the AI content and you use it as your idea, and it could become that AI has the authorship of your work. Next slide, please. Okay. Sorry, check for the voice. Is clear for now?
Yeah, that's clear.
Okay. And the artificial intelligence that you could use or educational technology that you could is Turnitin. Turnitin could be used for the AI similarity and plagiarism. It is great if less than 10% for journal publication. And it could be great if less than 20% for book publication, especially for Scopus publication. Next slide, please. And when you use the Camry used for plagiarism checking detector and check for the grammar, and could be correct for your grammar. You could be used for English in American style or British style. You can choose it. Next slide, please. SCRIBBR could be checked for the proofs, reading, editing, and plagiarism checking also. As my work, I use for 3 software to check for plagiarism and AI similarity. The first is the Camry, second is the Turnitin, and the third two is SCRIBBR. Next slide, please. Qbot could be used for paraphrasing and checking for plagiarism also. Next slide, please. For the book publication in Scopus, please follow my 2 books as the advisory board member. The first book is about the technology policy and its impact on green governance and sustainability. Next slide, please. The second book is the green governance of digital organization. Next slide, please. And this is the ORCID profile belongs to me. You could follow and you can find the link to search for academic connection and network. Next slide, please. It a bit short speak for today because I have the schedule for the dental treatment. If any question, you can ask me for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Supaprawat, for the nice presentations. So, everyone, we are now moving to the next sessions, which is questions and answer sessions. So, everyone, if you have a questions, you can raise your hand through through the Zoom, and then you can also put your questions in the chat menu. Thank you.
Yes. I see that someone asked about the PowerPoint presentation. And I think the moderator could be help you assist for this issue.
So for the material, we will send after the sessions. Don't worry. All right. So, any questions? Yeah. Yeah. I can see. Okay, we have Bu Haryani Talib. Yeah. So, Bu Haryani, if you have a questions, you can turn on your microphone. Time is yours. Hello. It seems that Bu Haryani is still unmute. So, So maybe we,
Okay.
oh yeah. All right. I can hear you now. All right.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Well, as now is a digital era, and also we know that we need AI to complete a lot of things, but also we also survive on how to reduce the plagiarism. So what shall we do practically to use both of them? I mean, just to keep using AI, but also help us from plagiarism. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think it's the issue in academic writing. If you use the AI to generate your content, it could be used as the ethical issue. But when you would like to publish in high index publication, especially for the Scopus, you have to check for plagiarism and AI similarity. Less than 10% or 5% is good for you. But someone use another software to avoid of plagiarism. But in my opinion, not sure about it, because I think artificial intelligence in academics is a bit new, because it started in 2022, and 3 years later, for now, use and still have the issue and still have the controversy in academic writing if you use the generative AI. And for now, it's too safe if you use the software to check plagiarism and AI similarity, in my opinion, because some of Scopus-Indexed publication in conference, some conference not allow you to use AI higher than 10%. You have to paraphrase to reduce the high similarity to AI. And I hope I could answer your question.
All right. So it is the answer from Dr. Ake, Bu
Yes.
Haryani. So yeah. So maybe we can go with the next questions. So dear every participants here. So this is the Q&A session for the whole speakers today. So you can ask the questions to Dr. Wawan and also for Dr. Ali Azar. All right. So we have Mr. Apandi here. Do you have a question, sir? You are still on mute. We cannot hear you. No? All right.
Okay,
Yeah.
finally.
All
Thank you
right.
for the operator. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So my question is for Mr. Wawan. Yeah. Okay, it's gonna be related to the editor things that we are gonna talk about. Like currently, I'm trying to build my new journals, right? So I need to pay attention related to who's gonna be the editor, who's gonna be the journal reviewer as well. And could you give me like tips how to build like a really newborn journal to maintain that quality to approach in the future to be a Scopus-Indexed journal. And the second one is about the methods, right? So because you are presenting previously related to inbred framework, right? And so I experienced when I directed my students revise their quality of writings related to their introductions and also their methodology. So it tends to be repetitive for methodology, right? They're gonna repeat the same methods that their seniors has already written, and also the introductions, because because our writing format at university, they include like introduction, literature review, And when they are gonna transfer into the article, they're gonna try to eradicate all the literature review, and also they just maintain the introduction, and that's why the quality of writing is quite flop then drop that instantly. And could you give me a quick tips how to do that? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Afandi, for the questions. So, Dr. Wawan, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Afandi, Pak Ahmad Afandi, for the question. Thank you, Bu Muria. The first one is just going to be the reviewer and editor. It's a tough issue because it is not easy to find well committed reviewer that attend to the quality, but procedurally we have to employ the reviewer who has written at least one Scopus document, at least, yeah, that's one of the requirement. Well, in Indonesian Journal of Applied Linguistics, this journal management has also some issues in terms of selecting persons. But we look at we have invited a lot of people because the topics vary and a lot of topics become our concerns, our issues. So we try to send the reviewers based on send the manuscripts based on the reviewer's expertise. That's the first one, and I know that it's really hard to find to find the one that is really attending to the quality. I mean, this journal belongs to us, so we need to maintain its quality. Sometimes it's done with the reviewing and then send us to the management, and the problem here in management. So sometimes, for example, when the manuscript is not reviewed seriously, it's a problem for the editors. So the editors find it difficult to edit. Then the editors should return the manuscript to the author. And that's not the job that the editors should do with the reviewers' parts, for example. So to anticipate this, maybe 3 reviewers or 2 reviewers address our concerns with one manuscript. So that's one of the solutions to the problem, and how to maintain the good quality of the journal. Meeting and then discussing the topics with similar expertise. I think that's important. Sometimes we lose context with reviewers, with editors, and then they are not really concerned anymore with the quality of journals. So we need to update, maintain the information, especially when we find something exceptional from a manuscript, for example, so we share with others. And I think by doing this almost every week, for example, or every times we are going to publish the issues, it's going to be a good time to share. And then here is the introduction literature review. Tends to be a problem, especially when you transform dissertation documents or perhaps thesis documents into a publishable quality of manuscript. I know it's our problems. I mean, my problem when I advise my students also don't want to work hard just to get it as it is when it is written in a thesis. But you see the difference between the convention of writing thesis or dissertation. They usually start with definition. But when you are writing an introduction or literature review for the publication, we never find a good quality journal articles which include more definition. So, for example, we talk about systemic functional linguistics, for example. So in a manuscript, it is not well accepted to write like SFL, systemic functional linguistics, is defined as blah blah blah. It's routine so it's too much. maybe the language is transformed into a more argumentative way, more expository with your voice. For example, systemic functional linguistics has been used for textbook analysis to identify representation, while the strategy of representation has not been discussed, or while the teacher's strategy to anticipate the representational meaning from the discourse has not been researched with reference to systemic functional linguistics, for example. So you just show your knowledge, but not including the knowledge, all of your knowledge that you have read into the paper. We just select into more argumentative way, including the introduction and literature review, and also the methodology. So the methodology is not about, for example, a case study is blah 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 blah. It's not this way. It's not that way. Yeah, I think that's all I can share with Ahmed. Thank you, Ahmed, for the question.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Wawan, for the answers. And we, as the audiences here, also got the information how to select the most appropriate editor for submitting our article. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we also have questions in the chat box. So maybe I need to read the question for Tariq Javaid. I guess that he's from Pakistan, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe this question goes to Dr. Ali. I need the advice on this. I'm planning to publish my first research paper based on my thesis titled Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights. Legal challenges and regulatory framework in digital era. How can I choose the most suitable Scopus-Indexed journal for my paper? So, Dr. Ali,
Okay, the
you can ask these
question
questions.
is about actually this question goes to about the scope of journal and then the paper that we have already decided. But first of all, my advice was the other way around. Before writing any paper, we need to see that which journal I am going to target, and what is the topic that I am going to write in line with that journal. But now the paper already ready. The question is that, okay, how we can choose appropriate journal based on the paper that already written and ready to go to be submitted to one of the journals. Okay. Nowadays, everyone talking about the AI tools and the AI era. I remember yesterday at the faculty here in Malaysia, we have a very creative gentleman. He is in line with educational technology. And he was telling us that he has tuned one of his AI tools to find the relevant journals that are in line with the different scopes. I can say that here, one of the AI tools can help us in terms of finding relevant journals that in line with my theme or topic of my paper, that which journal is suitable for this paper in which scope. This is one of the strategies nowadays we can use. Okay, the second one, we have a list of journals under each faculty or each discipline. For example, definitely if we come to the faculty level and also different departments, we have enlisted a kind of a series of the journals that are very high impact, have a high impact factor under, let's say, Taylor's and Francis, Sage, Science Direct, Elsevier. So these are the discipline-wise, for example, under discourse, these journals, under applied linguistics, for example, these journals, testing for these journals. So I advise based on these disciplines, we can go refer to our scope of journals that are in line with my paper. So that is one of the actually issues. But when we have not decided which journal I am going to target, and in line with that journal I haven't written yet, and the publication paper ready, then I want to choose which journal. That is a little bit difficult part that we don't advise to do this. First, choose your journals based on the areas that you are interested in. For example, if I am in line with testing and evaluation, I will go and find the relevant journals under testing and evaluation. The scope is testing and evaluation. And then based on the one or two journals guidelines, scope, theme, I can prepare my manuscript to be in line that. It means that I need to adjust my language, register, style of writing with that journal. If I am not in line with that language, so definitely rejection will be very high. So we need to understand that we bring our academic writing, what kind of English that we need to bring in our paper to be in line with the acceptability of the editorial desk and that journal. If it is not in that level, definitely the rejection also is there. Scope also is one of the other elements that increases rejection. So we need to find our relevant scope. Let's say that the example about, for example, AI and human rights, as if I'm not mistaken, the topic, because I didn't get the topic clearly. So if it is under humanities, so we will go to the humanities. Nowadays, AI and the era of the AI is everywhere. So it is not a matter of AI. It is a matter of the discipline that we are going to choose. Which journal in which discipline is acceptable in line with my manuscript, and my manuscript should be in line with that scope. I think that is very important that relevantly we need to use our journals that are in line with, we are in line with the scope of that journal. As Dr. Gunawan also highlighted, our editors and also the management of the journals, looking at the title, looking at the abstract, at the same time we are looking at the rigor and quality of their research. The title and abstract is the first element for the acceptability of the paper. Later on, we need to go to the depth and quality of the research to see that all the ethics being considered, all the validity, reliability considered or not. Finding relevant journals is one of the responsibilities of the researchers and writers, not to be irrelevant, but in line and relevant with my scope of my journal. To see the relevancy of the journals, also, as I highlighted, nowadays AI tools can be a kind of help for us for this. And instead of asking AI to write for us, we can use AI tools in a very wise and professional way. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for Dr. Ali for answering the questions thoughtfully. So maybe we still have one questions left. Yeah, maybe we can go with Mr. Andi Muhammad. Okay. Andi Muhammad Aidil, are you there? Pak Andi? Okay. We wait for the second. If there is any response from Mr. Andi, I'll give the time for Nedal Gubran. Yeah, maybe you can introduce where you from. Yeah, and then ask the questions to our incredible speaker. The time is yours. I'm so sorry, we cannot hear you. Maybe you can turn on your microphone, please.
You hear me now?
All good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My name is Indal Jubran. I'm from Yemen. So my question is to Dr. Supaprawat and related to Dr. Ali. So right now I'm in the beginning of my journey to writing like literature review. So for the beginning, like I'm writing the topic by my hands, And also, Dr. Ali mentioned that it should be by academic language or to be highlight for academic language. So if we choose AI for like review it or write it again, it will be like plagiarism or plagiarism for the writing. So what's like the correct way to like to advance our topic to highlight academic writing?
Okay. All right, Dr. Ali. So it was the questions from Nedal Gubran. So
Okay, Nedal Gubran,
yeah,
Jobran, right? If I'm not mistaken.
yeah. All right. The time is yours to answer.
Jobran, can you elaborate more about academic writing that you want to write in your papers? That is the question, right? You want to know that what kind of English we need. Am I right? Is that question? I cannot hear Jobran. MC, can you help us?
Yeah, so Mr. Gubran asked about how to write a literature review as a part of academic writing. Is there any suggestion for him?
Okay, that
Yeah.
is about literature review.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. Okay, writing reviews, actually, review genres has its own long history and stories behind. For my point of view, what I suggest to my postgraduate students when they write, for example, their literature review, first of all, they need to locate their sources relevantly. What kind of related publications are there? Let's say that articles and research papers related to this topic. And after that, I'd like to ask my students, okay, start to classify and categorize the sources, maybe based on the methodological, based on thematic classification or methodological classification. And also they ordered them or sort them from the latest to the earliest, or vice versa, from earliest to the latest. I'd like to ask them to highlight, first of all, historical literature review. Bring history a little bit. What kind of history behind this kind of topic is there? We want to know who did what and where and when, what they discovered, what they didn't discover. So when we come to what they discovered and what they didn't discover, these are the gaps and issues that you can highlight based on those previous literature. So I can add historical literature review again to come to the theories and related theories. So we have theoretical literature review. When they go to the theories and related theories to write down a little bit about the related theoretical frameworks to those research, to those topics, they have highlighted the backbone of the research. Means that when we are writing literature review, there are several functionalities by writing literature review. First of all, we want to tell the reader that this is not only my project, but previous researchers also had done this. We want to become familiar with the structure and research designs that already being mentioned. And we want to become familiar with these structures and the frameworks that are in front of our steps. We want to take these roads. And at the same time, we want to identify the gaps by writing or reading the literature. So when we have historical literature review, theoretical literature review, we come up with the related empirical literature review. They can write a little bit about related empirical papers that we have. Usually 5 years old rule is there. I will ask, don't go to the outdated papers. Always bring updated papers, especially 2023 onwards. Remember, between 2020 to 2022, we had a COVID-19 pandemic issue. The COVID pandemic issue already over. So better to don't bring those papers in our literature review because maybe the issues related to COVID-19 time. So they are not relevant now. So better to refer to 2023 papers, recently published papers. Even now, if you go to some index journals, they have preprint in 2026 papers already out. So these papers should be relevantly read and read, and in detail we can follow 4 strategies in reviewing our papers. Let's say that summarizing, analyzing, evaluation, and synthesizing, writing our literature review. When we highlighted our gaps, it shows a kind of gaps or issues that we already found. And then definitely the significance of research is very relevant and very strong. So what I can tell you for literature review, for writing a research paper, at least there is a long story behind, because it is not only 1 paragraph or 2 paragraphs the writers written in the papers. First of all, we need to have a very depth study about the source, those papers that related to my topic, and
All
bring
right.
them in a kind of history, and then theory, and then empirical papers, and then current framework or current research that you are going to highlight in your paper. So several components in literature review should be highlighted in order to get acceptance from our editors and evaluators. Thank you.
Okay, all right, Dr. Ali, Azar, for the response. Unfortunately, the time is up. Actually, there are more questions from the audience, but it's all about the time. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, and then right after this, as a part of our appreciation to the 3 incredible speaker for the first sessions this morning, I would like to invite the head of English department, Dr. Lasunra SPDM Hum, to present the certificate for our 3 incredible speaker in today's sessions. Okay. Yeah. Wait.
It is our appreciation to our two speakers, Dr. Ali Azar. In case there is any misspelling, don't be reluctant to tell us. We will make it corrected.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The next is also our appreciation to Professor Dr. Supaprawat, Siripipatthanakul. Sorry, I find it difficult to spell it correctly. Thank you very much, Prof. Yeah, the next please to Associate Professor Wawan M.Ph.D. Ph.D. Thank you very much for your very fruitful and insightful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Pak Dr. Lasunra, for the time. So now, right after this, maybe we're gonna have a photo sessions together. Yeah. So, dear audiences, please turn off your camera. The committee will take a picture. Okay, are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, the second slide, please. All right, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, next. The next slide. Yeah. All right, 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Yeah. Next, please. Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right. Okay. All right. So, okay. So on behalf of organizing committee, thank you very much for the three incredible speakers for today's sessions. I'm so sorry if we have many mistakes during the sessions, and I do hope we have collaborations in the future. And then for the participants and audience, after the break sessions, please come back to the Zoom because we still have the second sessions with another incredible speaker from abroad and also from Indonesia. Okay, so Amuria, thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a great day.
Say the internet becomes very slow. I truly apologize beforehand for that. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's okay. Okay. But we really appreciate your time. But how was the weather there? Is it still raining?
Yes, it is raining outside. It is still raining. It has been raining for 2 days, and campus is okay. There is no flood here. But if you go to the downtown area, some of the roads are closed because of the flood.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, semuanya. All right. We will start very soon, Prof. I'm sorry for waiting.
That's okay, no problem.
All right. So participant, thank you for join us again in the second sessions. So we would like to continue the second sessions for today's international webinar hosted by English Department, State University of Makassar, Universitas Negeri Makassar. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. To all distinguished guests, Prof. Yunisrina Qismullah Yusuf, SPD Emling. Thank you for your time, Prof. And then respected academics and participants joining us from various countries. On behalf of organizing committee, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you again to this international webinar. And in the second sessions, we have two highly respected scholars from Indonesia and also Egypt. Allow me to introduce one of the speaker here today, Professor Dr. Yunisrina Qismullah Yusuf, SPD Emling. She is a leading scholar and professor of English linguistics at Universitas Syiah Kuala, Indonesia. She earned her Master of Linguistics and Ph.D. in Phonology from the University of Malaya, and she is widely recognized for her expertise in phonology, syntax, language documentations, and English language teaching, with an extensive portfolio and publications and editorial work in reputable international journals. Her dedications to linguistic research and academic development has made her one of the most influential figures in the field of English linguistics in Indonesia. And we are honored to welcome her as one of our distinguished speakers today. So, Prof. Yunisrina, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mordia. Thank you to the committee, especially Pak Andi, Dr. Andi, Muhammad Irawan for inviting me to this webinar today. I'm very sorry I did not attend the webinar from the beginning because as I mentioned earlier, there is heavy rain and flood and blackout in Banda Aceh. But Alhamdulillah, I managed to join the Zoom today to share a little bit with you some of my experiences as a writer and also as an editor for a journal. Yeah. So I did not really hear what were the first topic of the presenters in session 1, but I did, listen to them a bit near the end. So I do apologize if what I am going to share with you now, there will be some similarities with the previous session. Yeah.
That's okay, Prof. No worries.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone see my screen?
It's all good.
Okay. Okay, so today I would like to discuss and talk a little bit about our experiences as editors in managing a journal and what we expect from writers. So this is what we would like to see whenever we open our OJS, yeah, and see the submissions coming in, and this is what we expect from the authors. Yeah. So the very first thing that happens is when you submit your articles to a journal, you will first go through the editorial screening. So there is a team, a very small team that do this, yeah, every month. Yeah, we do this monthly where we look through the articles that have been submitted to our journal and see which one can be, proceeded to the reviewers and which ones that unfortunately we must reject. Yeah. So when we open your article, the very first thing we see is, do you follow the journal's guideline? Yeah. So this is very important, especially when journals like us receive hundreds and hundreds of articles every year. Yeah. Maybe I should show you a little bit, yeah, of what let me share with you what seal looks like. Yeah, the submission that we received now this year at our journal. Yeah, so this is I'm going to share a little bit about the journal that I manage. This is Studies in English and Language and Education. So this is inside the OJS. Yeah, you can see the stats and the reviews of the journal. Just in 2024, we received 878 submissions. Yeah, and we published only about 108 articles, 99 articles that year. Yeah, the other 10 articles, 9 articles are moved to the 2025 issues. So you see, when we receive this much submission, yeah, the initial screening part, we do it very quickly. Yeah. So that's why, authors must really pay attention to our guidelines. Because why? When you don't pay attention to the journal's guidelines, and at the same time, we receive hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of submissions, yeah, it shows us that you are not committed to our journal. Yeah, we receive a lot of articles. Sometimes they use another template, of another journal, and then they submitted the article to us. So even though the article is really good, the article is very well written, but because they don't follow the guideline as we have stated very clearly in our website, so it will be rejected. Yeah, during the initial screening process. Yeah. And then if the article is good, if the manuscript is deemed good enough to be proceeded to the reviewers, we usually do the Turnitin report, yeah, and we allow a maximum of 20% of similarity index. This is because in Dictee, I think they allow a maximum of 24%, but at our journal, we put it at a maximum of 20% because sometimes during revisions, along the process, it might get higher, yeah, from 20 to 21 or 22. So we keep it at 20 to play safe. And then another thing that we look at is the scientific merit and contribution of the research. Yeah, but this depends on the journal. I will give you an example. I have written articles in language maintenance, a lot of articles. I think I published already 4 articles in that field. Yeah. And you have a lot of topics in language maintenance and publications going around the internet. Yeah. And then when I wrote my article, I really believe that this is a really good article. I submitted to one journal. It was rejected. Second journal, it was rejected. I think it was accepted on the by the 10th journal. Yeah. So you see, when you look for journals, you also look at, what the journal has been publishing. If they have been publishing the same topic as what you are submitting, yeah, maybe just a little bit different in the case of location, you might want to find another journal. So this article was, at last accepted by a journal also that publishes in the linguistics field, by a journal that has not published that much about articles in that field. Yeah. So that was where I managed to publish it. So this is one of the things that you must also pay attention to when you submit your article to a journal. Yeah. And then another one is that it is not within the scope of the journal and readership. Yeah. The title of our journal is Studies in English Language and Education. So many people see that word education as if all topics in education is accepted by seal. Yeah. But that's not the case. We have clearly mentioned on our website, topics in teaching and learning must be in ELT. Yeah, specifically to the English language. So if you are teaching Bahasa Indonesia, if you are teaching Arabic, and you submit an article on, on an effective method that you can use to teach Arabic, that is not within the scope of our journal. But if you submit a topic discussing about, linguistic issues such as the syntax of the Arabic, the morphology, now that is within the scope of our journal because it is under linguistics. Yeah. But not on the teaching and learning topics. Yeah. In Arabic. So it must only be in English. So be very careful when you find your journal. Also carefully read the scope of the journal. Yeah. And then another thing that we look at is the diversity in authors and research areas. Yeah. So at Seal Journal, we don't mind if you have like co-authors from the US, you have co-authors from Thailand, you have co-authors from Egypt, but we still count your article as an article from Indonesia. Yeah. We look at the first author. And then at Seal Journal, let's say we publish 33 articles per issue. From that 33 articles, 10 to 13 articles solely are solely saved for riders from outside of Indonesia. So this is what everyone must remember. Stick to the rules by Scopus where the diversity of the authors are being considered. Yeah. That is a paragraph. And then the flow of the article is not systematically presented and it confuses readers. This is also this will also make your article be rejected by Seal. And then the most important one is do not reread what has been written. Yeah. After this, I will show you some example of the problems that we see every day once the articles of articles being submitted to our journal. Yeah. So after that, here is a table that I have a screenshot and for you. This is from Scopus. So this is what we must maintain. If your journal is being indexed by Scopus, these are the category and criteria that we must pay attention to. Yeah, for example, journal policy, convincing editorial policy. That means, the chief editor especially has publications, so before that he or she becomes the chief editor of a journal, and then like content, academic contribution to the field, clarity of abstract, quality, readability, and so on. And then journal standing, publishing regularity, no delays or interruption. So here in the journal policy, we see that there is diversity in geographical distribution of editors and authors. So that's why, like I have mentioned earlier, out of 33 articles in one issue, we save 1/3 for authors who are not from Indonesia. And then so these are the rules that we must always pay attention to if we want to be maintained and indexed by Scopus. And then there are also some rules in the journal that we apply, and we apply this based on some experiences by other journals who have managed to stay in Scopus for a long time. The first one is we do not encourage multiple submissions, of the same authors. So let's say Ms. Murdia Said submitted 3 articles to Seal Journal. So let's say all 3 articles are really good. All of these 3 articles are accepted. So Ms. Murdia must understand that we cannot publish those 3 articles in 3 consecutive issues. So if the first article is published in January 2026, maybe the second article will be published by the end of 2026, and the third article will be published in the middle of 2027. So this is something that all authors must remember. So that's why sometimes, if you just publish an article in Seal and then you submit another article right away, sometimes we even reject the article. Why? Because this author has published, 3 articles already in 2 years. So rather than make her wait, we reject the article, so she will have a lot of time to submit it to another journal. So this is also the rules that has been applied by 3L Journal. This is a journal from UK and Malaysia, and they have been in Scopus for a very, very long time. And then number 2, like I have mentioned earlier, out of the 33 articles in one issue, we save 1/3 for authors from other countries. So if you are, let's say Ms. Murdia Said has an article with a co-author from Egypt, another article with a co-author from the US, and the third article, a co-author from Australia, but we still consider that article as from Indonesia, from an Indonesian author. And then another rule that we have at Seal is the chief editor. We never publish in the journal that we manage. And this is different with the associate editors. We do publish the articles by our associate editors, but restricted to 1 article per year, for them. So so those are some of the rules that we have in our journal, and this may be different from other journals, but like it is very easy to get into something. It is easier, to be indexed than to maintain it. So we try our best to have some policies to maintain being indexed in Scopus. Now let's look at a good academic paper. So the problems that we have is many articles that are submitted to us are not written systematically. To tell you the truth, we receive articles, many articles from the Middle East, for example. They pose the research question in the method section. And this is not the order that has been accepted in a good article organization. A good article organization, the research questions, the aim of the study, the novelty of the research, all of that must be presented in the introduction, not in the methodology. So many of the articles sometimes from the Middle East are being rejected at the moment because they misplaced the position to present the research questions, the novelty of the research, and so on. They put it in the method section, not in the introduction. Yeah. So the core parts of the writing, I'm very sure everyone knows this because the first session has discussed a lot about what a good article must have. Yeah, is the title, abstract, introduction, or literature review. Introduction or literature and literature review, it can be combined or separated. Yeah, so if you combine the introduction and literature review, that means your research questions, the novelty of the research, they are all presented in that section of the introduction at the very end of the introduction. Yeah, if you combine introduction and literature review. And then method must always stand on its own. And then results and discussion, you can combine this or you can write this separately. Yeah. And then if you are confused, yeah, create an outline. Yeah, like I'm sure many of you here are also lecturers. Yeah. So, like when you supervise your students, that's how you should also supervise yourself on how to write a good article. Yeah. So what is the main problem in general? We frequently receive articles with a literature review of only 2 paragraphs long. So for example, the introduction is about 1.5 pages, and another half page is the literature review. Yeah. So if you have very little literature review, then just combine it into the introduction. Yeah. Put it in a place so it fits nicely in the introduction part. Yeah. But don't leave the literature review for just 2 paragraphs. This makes the article imbalanced. Yeah. And then sometimes another problem that we receive is that the results do not fully answer the research questions. Yeah. I find many cases like this from students, yeah, who are submitting their thesis or dissertation, converting them into articles and submit to a journal. Yeah. Like a few days ago, we received an article where the authors claim that they have 3 research questions. Yeah. And then, during the initial screening, when you say that you have 3 research questions, 1, 2, 3, we go directly to the result and see whether those 3 research questions are answered. And then it turns out only 2 were answered. The other one was not answered. So, I was assuming, oh, maybe this was a student. She forgot to erase the 3rd research question. Yeah. It may sound simple, but to us as journal editors, when we receive about 800 articles every year, that is a big problem. We don't have time, to tell the authors you are putting this in the wrong place. You need to fix this. No, we will reject it right away. Yeah. So we only take those who are, good research articles to be proceeded to the reviewers. Yeah. So be very careful with that. So this is the process at SEAL at our journal, but I think it is also the same at other journals. Yeah. So when you first submit your article, it will be reviewed very briefly by the editorial board. Yeah. This is called the editorial screening process. So if it is good, and then we send it to reviewers. Yeah. If it is not good, and then we will reject, and then we return it to the authors so the authors can submit it to another journal. But if the article is good and we want to send it to the reviewer, before that, we do the plagiarism check. Yeah, we put it into the Turnitin, and then we check if it is like above 25%, and then we reject it. Yeah, we do not send it to the reviewers. If it is within 21%, we still can tolerate, we send it to the reviewers. Now, we also have this AI checker, yeah, but we mostly focus on the similarity index. For the AI, if it is like 20, 30%, we still tolerate that. But if it goes over 69%, 85%, we usually ask the authors to paraphrase, yeah. Even though we proceed their article to the reviewers, because the Turnitin is maybe 5% or 10%. Yeah, so that's another homework for us now, because we have that AI, yeah, where everyone can use it and it is free for everyone to use. Yeah. So if it is okay, it will be sent to 2 reviewers. Yeah. And then if both reviewers accept, and then we will return it to the authors to do the revision, yeah, except with minor or major revision. If one reviewer accepts and one reviewer rejects, and then sometimes we give a chance to the author to revise it, depending on the comment of the rejection, yeah. If the rejection is quite, let's say, harsh, yeah, and then we will reject it. If the rejection, let's say, oh, I think the authors have time to revise this, or is able to revise this, and then we will ask them to revise it. And after that first revision, we will send to a third reviewer, yeah. So if one of the two reviewers in the first stage rejects, yeah, we will send to a third reviewer. And then after that, your revision will be sent to one of our editors. They will evaluate it, and then you will continue to communicate with our editor until your article is good enough for us. And then before publication, it will be sent to me or our deputy chief editor, Pak Faisal, and we will do the finalization. And at the end, you will communicate with us for finalization. After that, and then we send you the letter of acceptance, and you are to make the APC, article processing charges, before we publish your article. Yeah. So this is the process at SEAL, and it takes time. There are those who queue for about 1 year or 1 year and a half before their article is published. Yeah. So this is due to many submissions, and those who work at SEAL are mostly lecturers. Yeah, like you. We also have other duties to do, teaching, supervising, doing our own research, publishing our own research, and so on. Yeah. So that's why it takes time, and we cannot publish more than what we have published now. Yeah. This is the capacity of how much we can work for SEAL Journal at the moment. Okay. So now let's look at title. The problems with titles, sometimes it is too long. Yeah. We have received articles from students, yeah, master students, Ph.D. students, where they don't even try to tweak or revise their title when they convert their dissertation into an article. They leave it as it is. Yeah. So this is a problem. At SEAL Journal, we allow a maximum of 14 or 15 words for the title. Yeah. And many authors do not pay attention to this. Yeah. We have specifically, wrote that, presented that on our website under the guidelines. Yeah. So please read it if you would like to submit to our journal. So that's some of the problems with titles. Yeah, many authors do not read the guideline. And then with abstract, yeah, sometimes the abstract is too long. Sometimes it is too short. Yeah, so in SEAL, we only accept 200 to 250 words. And in an abstract, what we must have there is the aim, method, results, and implication of study. Yeah, I will show you an example. Yeah, sometimes in Indonesia, we receive many abstract where the introduction is too long. Mukaddimah, yeah, it's too long in the abstract. So when we ask them only 200 words, and then they find it difficult to, to concise the abstract. I would like to share one of my article that has been published, and the abstract is only about 150 words. Yeah. So this is an article published by TLC, Training Language and Culture, on, what do we say? This is on legitimacy in language. Yeah. So here, the abstract right here is very short. Yeah. So, since the most important thing that things that must be included in the abstract is aim, method, results, and implication. So our abstract starts directly with this research aims to blah, 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 blah. Yeah. So there is no introduction at all about what is the meaning of legitimacy in language, why is it important? Leave that to the introduction. Go directly to the aim of research. Yeah, in your abstract. So this is making the abstract concise and effective, because what must be included in the abstract is the aim, yeah, a method that you use, the results, and the last sentence is the implication or conclusion to your study. That's all. Yeah. So don't write other things that are not within those things. So that's an example of, how you must write the abstract concisely and effectively. So after the abstract, other problems that we see is so this is the abstract, introduction. Yeah. So in introduction, many authors do not provide adequate background to the research problem. Yeah. And then many articles do not present the research questions. Now, to some journal, this is okay. Yeah. To our journal, this is also okay. But if you are a novice writer, yeah, I recommend that you provide the research question. Because why? The research question will guide you to answer, to write your paper. Yeah, so you don't answer something else that is not within the aim of your study. Yeah, when I was still doing my PhD, I that time I also had to publish a minimum of one paper in a Scopus or WOS cited journal. Alhamdulillah, I managed to publish 4 articles before my viva, before my sidang. So that was what my supervisor always reminded me. Yeah, so if you are still learning how to write, always present the research question. The research question will guide you so you don't write, other things that are not the scope of your study. Yeah. And then another problem with introduction is that not many writers justify the novelty of the research. Yeah. Sometimes I understand that when the writers write, they want us to figure out by ourselves, yeah, the reader, the novelty of the research. No, when you write a research paper, you must spell everything out to the writers or to the readers. Yeah. So justify your novelty. So when we talk about novelty, I did a presentation a few years back on how to construct the novelty of your research. So when you look at novelty, to some journal, it is a novelty. To other journals, it is not. Yeah. So don't worry if one journal rejects your article, because inshallah it will find its jodoh, yeah, soon. You just have to keep on trying before it is published, yeah. So maybe I will share a little bit on my previous presentation on this on how to construct the novelty of your research. Yeah. So this is my presentation that talks a little bit about that. Yeah, it is. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so when you want to write the novelty, you can focus on these things, yeah, on its originality, on the topic, on the respondents, on the scope, on the location of your research, situation, instruments that you use, the method or framework that you use. And, if all of that doesn't work, try to exaggerate. Yeah, you exaggerate and you write with academic style. Yeah, so this is an example of my research that focus on originality. Yeah. Actually, if we talk about measuring vowels, this is not something new. It has been done to many, many, many languages around the world. But in 2016, I was the first to measure the vowels of the Achinese language. So, I claim that as my novelty. And this is what I wrote in my article. I justify what the novelty of my research is. So don't make the readers guess. Yeah, you have to write it out, spell it out to the readers. And then you can also focus on the topic. Yeah. So when we talk about cross-linguistic influences of Malay cartoons, many research have done, on that also, but it has not been done on the context of Indonesian children. Yeah, so we focus on cross-linguistic influences, of Indonesian children's language, after they watch Malay cartoons like Ipin Upin and so on. Yeah. And then you can also focus on respondents. This is one of my article on language maintenance. So again, language maintenance is, being done, the research in this topic is being done abundantly. But then in 2013, I was the first one to interview the people in Kampung Aceh, Ian Kedah in Malaysia. So they were the sixth generation of Acehnese people. They are Malay, but they are from Acehnese descendants of the sixth generation. So, I claim this is the novelty of my research. I'm the first one to do a research and interview the Acehnese descendants, the Malay Acehnese descendants in Kedah. Yeah. And then you can also focus on the scope. Yeah. And then I have the location and so on. So, I have these examples. I will share it with Andy, the PPT, and hopefully later on you can, take a look. And hopefully, it can give you some thoughts on how you can write your own article and justify its novelty. Yeah. So that's some examples of how of what we can do to justify our novelty of research. So that must be in the introduction. Do not write the novelty in the literature review. Sometimes I do find writers, justifying that what makes my research different than the others is, blah, blah, blah. And they write it in the literature review. No, you write that in the introduction. Literature review is purely review of other people's work. That's why it is called literature review. Yeah. So don't talk about your research in the literature review. Talk about it in the introduction and in the method section. Yeah. So literature review, no claiming about the novelty there and so on. Yeah. Do that in the introduction. And then a literature review. So one of the problems in literature review, like I have mentioned earlier, we have received article where the literature review is only 2 paragraphs long. Yeah, so that's not a literature review. That's only paragraph. Yeah, 1 or 2 paragraphs of writing. So divide your literature review into relevant subsections. So if you are talking like language maintenance, maybe literature review is usually in the second section. 2.1, talk about what is language maintenance. 2.2, maybe discuss about the framework that researchers have used to discuss language maintenance. 2.3, you discuss about research that has been done on language maintenance, specifically in, the world, and then you narrow it down to Indonesia and narrow it down again to your place, for example, Aceh, in my case, yeah. So, make subsections in your literature review. Don't ramble. You have like five pages of long paragraphs, and we don't even know what you are discussing there. Yeah, so subdivide your literature review. And then another problem is the references are too old. Yeah, if you are quoting from main source like Searle or Austin on speech acts, and then you have Brown, Ellis, in the 80s for learning, that's fine. You can mention them. But when you provide, explanation on the previous related studies, when you want to explain definitions and terms, don't use old sources. Yeah, you must use those that are published in the years 2000 and plus. At SEAL Journal, we are still very kind. We still accept those published in the year 2000 and plus. But in some journals, they specifically write in their guideline, we want those in the past 5 years. Yeah. So, so pay attention to that. Yeah. To the references. Methods. Another problem with methods is it is not presented systematically, the same like the abstract. What do we expect in the method section? First of all, we would like to know the design of your research. Who are the participant or the subject if you are analyzing novels, movies, and so on. Yeah. Location, if you are interviewing people about some oral tradition. So make that clear in the method section. Instruments, what did you use to collect data? Interviews, observation, questionnaire. Did you do tests? Even if you had questionnaires, where were the questionnaires from? If you construct your own questionnaire, you must also provide those construction are based on whose theories. Yeah. So be very clear in the method section on the instruments that you use. And then data collection. How did you collect data? If you say I interviewed people, yeah, How long was the interview for each respondent? Did you audio record it or video recorded the interview? And then did you do transcription? Yeah. And then how did you code the participant? Some articles they write pseudonyms for the names of their participant. Yeah. Now, at SEAL Journal, I prefer codes. If pseudonyms, it is still names. Yeah. For example, Miss Murdia Said, she interviewed someone and named her Bunga in her paper. And then another name, Jessica, in her paper. It's still other people's name. Yes. It is better to quote them or provide the initials. Yeah. Let's say the real name was Rahmat Lubis. Maybe you can quote that respondent as RL or RB, yeah, for the paper, but don't write their names or other people's name to represent them. Yeah. So those are the things that you must explain when you say that you use interviews. Yeah. What are the codes for the participant? And then data analysis. Now, many writers take for granted when they say, I did observation. Yeah. But how do you analyze the data from observation? It is not explained. It must be explained because, there are books that specifically talks about research based on observation, like the book by Anne Burns, by Schmidt. Yeah, so it's very systematic on how you collect data and analyze data from observation. So you must explain that as well. Yeah. Right. What I see most often is people present a statistic equation if the research is quantitative. Yeah. But when they say the research is qualitative, there is no explanation at all on how the data was analyzed. Yeah. So that is a big no-no. If your research is quantitative or qualitative, there must be explanation for the data collection and the data analysis process in your paper. Yeah. And then some problems that we find in the articles from our authors is that, let's say you claim to use questionnaire and interviews, yeah, but you do not present excerpts from the interviews in your results section. So, the excerpts are data. When you say you use interview, we would like to see what the participants really said, what came out of their mouth, even though it is just only 1 or 2 lines, yeah. And then in the next paragraph, you elaborate what they mean. But we need to see the real data, just like, you use numbers, you present as the numbers in tables. So when you say that you do interview, we would also like to see the data excerpts, yeah, even though there are just only 1 or 2 lines of excerpts. Yeah, so that's some problems that we see when authors submit articles to us and claim that they use interviews, but no excerpts are presented in the results section. Okay, problems with the results. Sometimes they are not presented systematically and they do not answer the research questions. After this, I would like to show you an example of my article, yeah, on how the result should be presented. Yeah. So the problem here is a problem that we sometimes see. The author presented 3 research questions, and so it is expected that the results section will be subdivided into 3 subsections, yeah, where each subsection answers 1 research question. So if the author presents 1 research question, it is expected that the results section are divided based on the category or the framework or the themes or the instruments that you use to answer the research question, yeah. Let me give you an example of my article that was published in TLC last year. So this article is mostly based on a very brief questionnaire and interview. Yeah. So this is the introduction. Yeah. So here we present the research question in the introduction. Yeah. Or 1, 2 research question. And then we present the novelty also in the introduction. And at the end, we present the significance of our study. And this is the literature review. But in that journal, in the template, the literature review is changed to theoretical background. Yeah. So we also subdivide this based on the topic that is discussed in our research. So here we have the Kanun Putropang, and then we talk about 2.2, the legal linguistics, because this is part of legal linguistics. 2.3, the Van Leeuwen's legitimation strategies. Yeah, this is what we use to analyze the data. And so we discussed this in our literature review. And then after that, the methods. Yeah, so the template for that journal, it is material and methods. Yeah. At SEAL, it is methods is enough, only methods. So here we talk about the informants, yeah. Who do we interview? And then the instrument that we use, structured interviews, and then data collection and analysis. So here we presented the questions that we asked to every informant, yeah, every respondent. And then what did we do with the recording, with the transcription of our interviews? And this is the result, yeah. So the result is 4.1 until 4.4, I think, because we use the legitimation strategies by Van Leeuwen. So the research question is answered based on that framework. Yeah. So that's why our result section is subdivided into 4 main section. Yeah, 4.4. 4.4. Yeah. My toposis. But within this subsection, there are also subheadings, yeah, that we found during the interviews, because the interviews were also analyzed using thematic analysis. So even within this main framework by Van Leeuwen, we have sub-themes, yeah, based on the answers that the respondents gave us. And this is the example of excerpt, yeah, from the interview. So we present the data. So we presented about how many excerpts? We presented about 19 excerpts, yeah. So they are numbered consecutively in the results section. So it'll be easier for the readers to follow. So this is our data, yeah. This is the proof of our interview. So this is what we expect when we receive articles that claim that they do interview. And this is the discussion, yeah? So believe it or not, many articles do not have discussion, yeah? What they wrote is actually not the discussion, but just the elaboration of the result, yeah? Elaboration of the result is not discussion. Discussion is you discuss your findings and you relate it to the literature review in that topic. You relate it to the previous studies in that topic. Yeah. See whether your findings are the same. See whether your findings are different. Yeah. Why is it the same? Make assumptions and then insert references. Why is it different? Yeah. Insert references to support your argument. That's discussion. Yeah. So discussion is not elaborating the result. And then conclusion. Conclusion, don't make it too long. 2 or 3 paragraphs is enough. Yeah, if you write conclusion and then you explain the implication of study in that conclusion, that's not conclusion, that's discussion. Yeah, so a conclusion is merely concluding your work, and then you present a little bit of the limitation of your study and recommendations for future related research. But you don't discuss about things that are out of your research in the conclusion section. If you want to write about the implication of study, move that up to the discussion section. Yeah. And then acknowledgement if you receive funding. Yeah. And the references. Now, references also, many authors do not follow the guideline of the journal. We say we want APA 7th, but then you mix Harvard, Chicago, APA 7 and APA 6 together. Yeah. So that's also a big no-no. Do not take references for granted. At SEAL Journal, we have even an editor who works just to check your references one by one. Apalagi sekarang you have this AI, that you can ask AI, please find the references for this statement. But you have to be careful. Many of the AI, the references are fabricated. Yeah. Let's say they give you a reference, but when you check its, existence, it does not really exist. I mean, the name is correct. Yes, there is an author named Said Murdia. but then that's not her title. That's somebody else's title. Yeah. Yeah, she published in this journal, but that's not the DOI. When you click the DOI, it goes into another person's article. It goes to Bala, Arifuddin, for example. So you see, that's AI. Be very careful with AI. Yeah. All the references that they give you are sometimes fabricated. So always, look directly at the original source. Yeah. Now you have Google. It's very simple to look for references. Yeah. Not like us when I was doing my, bachelor's and master's, S1, S2, we didn't have internet yet. So everything is done manually. You go to the library, you take out books, you open the books, from morning to night, just to get that one references. Yeah. Now you have a lot of things to help you with that. So, do not take references for granted. So let's look back at the PPT. What else do I have for you? This is the result. This is a discussion. I have mentioned earlier the problem with discussion, and then references. Yeah. So don't be asa-asalan with references. We have an editor, who checks this, and she is very cerewet. So you have to be very careful with our references editor. Yeah, she will complain if you make a mistake in, you said it is issue 12. Let's say a volume 12, issue 3. And then when she searched to the source, it is actually volume 11, issue 4. Yeah. And she will complain and ramble in our group. Oh, what kind of author is this? This is asalan. Yeah. So don't make her angry if you ever submit your article to seal. Yeah. And it is being considered. And then a conclusion. I think I have shown you that conclusion is merely to conclude your research. Don't discuss anything else there. Don't provide implication of study. Yeah, just one paragraph or 2 paragraphs of conclusion, and the final paragraph providing your limitations and recommendations for future related research. Yeah. And now I think my time is very limited. It is already almost 1 hour. But before I close, I think I have 2 minutes. Because I was giving a workshop last week, and many lecturers were asking about, finding good journals. Yeah. So I would like to show you some some journals, even though that sometimes the journal is still in Scopus. Yeah. Let me share with you like this one. Yeah, so this journal, it was Q1, yeah, but then it was discontinued. So how do you look at the potential? If a journal has this potential of being discontinued, look at the Scopus content coverage. Yeah, you will see the numbers of its documents that are published. In 2018, 36 documents, and then 2019, suddenly it increased to, how many? 20 folds, 30 folds in number. Yeah, so be very careful. If you find this kind of journal, even though it is still in Scopus, it is best to avoid it. Yeah, because, I find that many journals are being discontinued due to this. Yeah. And then another example is like this journal. Wait, give me 1 second. This journal is still good in Scopus. Yeah, I mean, it is still active in Scopus. Yeah. I don't know if you are familiar with this. Yeah. Nah, this is a World Journal of English Language. Yeah. Kebetulan saya pernah di PPAK, so you have to be very careful. The assessor will check, like this journal is okay, but they also check the publisher. The publisher is not okay. It is being listed in bill list. Yeah. So you see, this is the journal, World Journal of English Language. This is still good. Yeah, it is still active. The publisher is Saidu Press. Now, if you look at bill list, there are pros and cons to this list. Yeah, but whether we like it or not, Dikti still use it as their reference, as their acuan. Yeah. So whether we like it or not, that journal, the publisher, the name of the publisher is being listed as predatory, Saidu Press. So don't submit to this journal if you want to use that article as your artikel syarat, required article for your LK, lektor kepala, or GB, guru besar. Ya, nanti tidak diakui. So even though the name of the journal is okay in Scopus, but the publisher is not, and they will reject your application for that article syarat. Yeah, so be very careful. So you need to double check. Always double check the name of the journal and the name of the publisher in bill list. Yeah, always double check. Memang mencari journal ini it takes time. Yeah, tapi if you are still a student, memang that is our job. I've been a student. Yeah, sampai hari ini I'm still searching for journals. I've published in journals, and then suddenly it was being discontinued. Yeah. So, you have to be very patient with sometimes journals that takes time to publish, yeah, because there are journals who will publish your work in 1 or 2 months, and you just pay them 40 million, 30 million, yeah. Tapi, yeah, that is something that you must be very careful when they say we will publish your work in 1 month, and the APC is very high, yeah. So Bu Murdia, I think that is all some of the sharing from me as a researcher myself and as an editor myself. I hope it helps everyone who are here in the Zoom meeting. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Yunisrina Yusuf, for sharing such valuable perspective and insight with us. So now we are entering a Q&A session. So dear participants and audiences, if you have a questions, you may raise your hand. And if you don't want to raise your hand, you may put your questions in the chat menu.
You can call me Yuyun, Miss Murdia.
Oh, yeah.
My name is too long.
Oh, yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof. Yuyun. All right.
Yeah, Prof. Yuyun is, it's easier to mention her name,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. Yunisrina is too long.
Yeah, I need to
but
practice.
my parents sudah potong kambing for that name, so we have to stick to Yunisrina. But everything Yuyun is okay.
Okay. All right. So I think that we have a question from the audience here. And then now I would like to read. This is the questions. As a writer, would you prefer writers run a Turnitin or submit the journal first and let them run the similarity check, as running it twice on the system might show a higher similarity based on the same paper? Please advise.
Okay. Would you like me to answer directly, Miss Murdia?
Yeah, time is
Okay.
yours, Prof.
Yes. Now, this Turnitin, it depends on the account that you use. Yeah. For example, at USK, at my university, every journal is given a Turnitin account where that one account can be used by 3 devices. Yeah. So when you when you put your article inside Turnitin, you have to ensure that it is not being saved into its repository. Yeah, if it is saved, yes, then when another person runs the Turnitin using another device, 100% will come out. Yeah, so at USK, the operator of the Turnitin in campus, they have, they have made the setting that it is not being saved in the repository. So every time a lecturer, runs an article through that Turnitin, you have to save it by yourself. And then you delete it directly in the accounts. So it is not saved there. So if another journal, let's say, runs a Turnitin report on my article, it will not come out 100% from USK. Yeah, because we don't save it. And then another thing that you must set is the references. If when you submit your article, exclude the references, from the Turnitin. If not, the references will always come out 100%. Because it's always being cited the same everywhere, especially when you use, APA style, Harvard style, and it is being cited over and over again. Yeah. So the problem here with using Turnitin is how you manage the setting of that account. Yeah. If you are using campus, inshallah, like from USK, it has been set that it is not being saved inside the repository. So it is safe. Yeah. Aman dia. But we also had, our students, sometimes they run it through another account that they pay for it. Yeah. Tapi it is being saved there. Yeah. Jadi when you ask that account to delete your file, it will take a long time. Yeah, because sometimes I don't know, because they sell the service. Yeah, they need time to search your article. Yeah, and so on. Yeah. So it depends on that. If me personally, because the Turnitin account at my university has been set that way, I always turn in to check the similarity index first before I submit it to a journal. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Oh, all right. So yeah, next questions, Prof, from Nurul Aziza. Based on your article 1, so it means that we don't need to write in one article maybe. And this, I personally often overthink that submitting in Scopus journal is very difficult and expensive. For sure. Is there any Scopus journal which is free? And then for the
Yes.
third questions, in what way do you personally use AI to assist your writing journal to publish in Scopus?
Okay.
Okay, so 3 questions, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Now,
All right.
Ms. Nurul, you mentioned about based on one, that means one article. Can you repeat? I didn't quite catch that one.
Okay. Nurul Aziza, are you there? Would you like to open your microphone, please? To make it
Yes.
clear your questions?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Actually, I would like to ask, based on your article, you are not only writing about teaching, but you're also writing about linguistic and so on. So my question is it okay to write in different niche? I mean, niche. We here based on our own specific interests, something like that, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Nurul. Well,
Yes.
my S1, my bachelor's degree is in English education. And then my S2 is in linguistics, and my S3 PhD is in phonology. So if we look at the, what do we say, the apa yang dibilang specialty, I mean, it is still within language. Yeah, linguistics, literature is within language. Yeah. Because I teach at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, we do not have that linguistics and languages faculty atau sastra dan budaya faculty. So for me to expand my knowledge in my own field, yeah, such as linguistics and phonology specifically, I do my own research. Yeah, most of my students do research in ELT. Yeah, because they are from the FKIP faculty, yeah, EKIP faculty. But again, if you are a lecturer, yeah, Ms. Nurul, if you are a lecturer and your master's degree is in the field of, let's say, linguistics, and then your PhD is in linguistics, if later you want to apply for Guru Besar, your publication must also be in linguistics. Yeah. So when saya dulu, what do we say in English? Saya dulu loncat from lector to guru besar. Yeah. Because that time, alhamdulillah, I had a lot of publication. All of your publication, my specific field is phonology. Yeah. All of my publications in ELT and linguistics are being counted for their kum. Yeah, kumnya dihitung. But for my article syarat, they take everything in the field of phonology. Seperti itu, ya. Yang lain hanya kum tambahan. So, for example, my publications in the monophthongs of the Acehnese language, of the Guyonese language, apa lagi waktu itu ya. And then I did a comparative study of the Acehnese spoken in Aceh and Malaysia, the monophthongs, the measurements. Itu yang diambil from my article syarat. Because, I loncat, so I had to have a few article syarat. One was not enough. And then other syarat to fulfill that guru besar. Yeah. Tapi itulah dia. So Ms. Nurul, if you are a lecturer, you can publish in other fields, yeah, but still within your what do we say, teaching, yeah. What courses do you teach? You can publish in that field. Tapi if later you want to go for LK or Guru Besar, the article syarat must be in the field where you completed your master's or PhD. Yeah. Yeah. So if you are, let's say, in bimbingan and counseling, yeah, psychology, mereka akan akui all publication that is related to psychology. Your publication related to teaching di pendidikan BK itu hanya akan menjadi tambahan kum. Ya, seperti itu, Miss Nurul. I hope that helps ya. Itu pengalaman selama saya memeriksa berkas in PPAK. So that is what they look for. Yeah, when you go for LKIGB, your publication, your article syarat must be within one same line, yeah, of specialty. Tapi seperti saya phonology, so they will always go for that publication. Jadi yang lain, my publication in ELT, yeah, in general linguistics, itu semuanya tambahan kum. And I publish in those field karena memang saya di IKIP. Yeah, we don't have that special faculty untuk bahasa and linguistics. I hope that helps, Miss Nurul. Do you have any other questions that you want to ask relating to this? This is a bit sensitive karena berhubungan dengan pangkat, ya.
Yeah. All right, Prof. We have so many questions. Okay, so we have two people here raising hand. I'll give the time for the Dean of English Department, Dr. Lasundra SPDM. Time is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Bapak. Finally, I get to meet you virtually before I just hear your name.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yuyun. I feel that your presentation is really insightful, detailed, but I feel I miss little bit some part in just now you mentioned a little bit about the differences between integrating, writing introduction and what is literature review. Suppose we integrate in introduction and literature review. Is it still important to state explicitly what is research questions? Also the research gap and the novelty, and if yes, I assume we need to do that. But where to put it? How? What is? Yeah, that's the question I think, Prof. Yuyun. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lasundra, for the question. Yes, if you integrate introduction and literature review, you still need to mention research questions. If you want to mention it, it's fine. But if not, you want to mention it explicitly as part of your aim of study, that is also fine. But then again, that aim and research question, the novelty of research, it must be presented in the introduction part. Yeah. So in the case where the introduction is being integrated into literature review, you can subdivide the introduction into subsections. Yeah. For example, introduction, you start with the background of study, and then you start just like the literature review, but not too long. Yeah, you start about the topic. Why is it important to to discuss or do research in this topic? And then the very last subsection is the present study. That means now you are referring to your study. That's where you present your research questions and you justify the novelty of your research. Yeah, I have an article where the introduction and the literature review is being integrated, but I need to find it. It might take time. Let me see if I can, how quick I can find it. If it is taking me more than 30 seconds, then, we will skip. Yeah.
No worries, Prof.
That's okay.
Yeah, because I also don't want you to wait for me for too long. But I have that example where the introduction and the literature review is integrated. Yeah. Okay. This is taking more than 30 seconds, Pak Lasundra. I'm very sorry, but I will try to find it and maybe I can email it to you. Is that okay?
Yeah. I think it will be great, Prof.
Okay.
If you can email him for
Okay.
the
I'm very sorry I don't have the example right now. I will
okay.
keep that in mind. Next time, if I'm giving the same topic, I will save that example where the introduction is being integrated with literature review.
Okay. All right. From Yuyun, we still have a question from I think Pak Andi Rawan. No. So sorry. All right. Okay. So now I got a question from abroad participants, Prof. Yuyun.
Yes.
He is Safkat Ali, but now he currently studying at Universitas Airlangga Surabaya, but he's from Pakistan.
Oh, okay. His
Yeah.
name is what is it again?
If I'm not mistaken, Safkat Ali.
Safkat.
Yes. And then,
Okay.
this is the questions. Although this is slightly outside to this topic, could you please share practical strategies for efficiently reading research articles for literature review and identifying research gaps, since it is often not feasible to read every paper in full due to the time limitations? And what techniques do you recommend for quickly extracting the key concept, methodology, findings, and gaps from academic articles?
Okay, that's a very good question.
Yes.
Now,
Okay.
me personally, I would go directly to abstract and conclusion. Yeah. If the abstract has what I need, and then I look into the article. Yeah. So that's why, like I mentioned earlier, what's most important to be in the abstract is the aim, method, results, and your implication or conclusion of study. Because in some journals, abstract are being sold. Yeah, if you open, let's say, Elsevier, you will have journals there where, you can read the abstract for free, but then if you want to read the article, you need to buy it. Yeah, for $27 to $35. Yeah. So they sell the abstract. That's why they are very cerewet about the abstract and the highlights of the study. Yeah, they even have these highlights where each highlight contains 85 characters, where they, present it with your abstract in the website of that journal. So for me personally, I always look at the abstract and conclusion of the paper. If I find it interesting, I will skim and scan inside the paper. Yeah. So while skimming and scanning, if I find something that I really need to read in detail, then I will read it in detail. Yeah. But I always read the abstract and conclusion of every paper. Yeah. That I think would be beneficial for me, or the paper that I need for my research. I never read the title, because sometimes the title is something else, the content is something else. So I always read the abstract and the conclusion of study. Yeah. If it is, something I need, and then I skim and scan the paper. When I really need, that information, usually, the methodology part, yeah, the framework part, and then I will read that in detail, just that part. Yeah. So I don't really read the introduction first, always the abstract and the conclusion. I'm very sorry, Pak Safkat, but I really hope that helps. Yeah. Because, when we talk about the strategies in reading, many people have their own ways of reading. Yeah. Even in metacognitive awareness, you have your own way of finding, your own way of reading. Yeah. So I cannot really answer this for everyone, because everyone have their own way, style of, gaining information. But that's my way. Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Safkat, for the question.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Prof. We still have a questions from Miss Rita Luis. Are you there?
Yes, I am. I
Okay.
was just wondering whether I'm just following up on Dr. Lasundra's query regarding the integrating of intro into literature review. If you do get the sample, would you be able to share with us as well?
Yeah, sure. To which email should I send, or should I send it to Dr. Andy?
Yeah, fine.
then,
And then
yeah,
I
he will
could,
share with
yes,
everyone.
please.
Yes,
That'll be
Prof.
great.
Okay.
Thank you
And you
so
can
much.
also, Miss Rita, you can also
Yes.
go to our website, Seal Journal, because in Seal Journal, we do allow writers to combine or separate their introduction and literature review. And,
Oh, check on that.
you can also find examples in our journal of when introduction and literature review are being separated and, being integrated, and also the result and discussion section. We also allow the result and discussion section to be separated or integrated. So that's why you will read papers where the results have references there. That means it is being integrated with the discussion section. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Or, if there is no references there, that means the results and discussion are being separated.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll
Yes.
look out
Yeah.
for that one. And one
Yes.
more
Yes.
question, just taking up on from one of the previous person who asked the question regarding Scopus Journal, whether there are free ones.
Oh, yes.
If there are,
Yeah.
could you just share some with us, please?
Okay. The one that I remember now is we have International Journal of Language Studies, EJLS. Yeah, EJLS is published by Lulu Press. The chief editor is Prof. Muhammad Salmani Nordushan. That is free. And then I have published in HASSS. That's 3S. Yeah, Humanities, Art, and Social Studies. Social Sciences Studies. It is a journal from Thailand. Yeah, that is also free. And then I have published in TLC, the one that I shared with you, Training Language and Culture. That is also free, gratis, no APC. And then I have also published in besides TLC, there is Research Results. Yeah, this is a journal from Russia. Research results that is also free, and it is also Q1. I have published in. I really need to make a list. I will try to make the list and give it to Pandi.
Okay.
There
Thank
are
you
a
so
few
much.
journals.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're
Thank you.
welcome.
Okay. One more question from the audience in the chat box. Thank you, Prof. May I get the information about article writing or author group, WhatsApp or community? I am newbie in writing research article published, please. The
Okay.
suggestions.
Well, at the moment, I am not in any group, but I am in a group of journal editors. But I don't think that will be useful, yeah, because there we discuss a lot about how to manage our journal. There is this pragmatics forum. Yeah, pragmatics forum. I think it is managed by Dr. Faisal Rizdianto. Yeah. If you are in linguistics, they discuss a lot about writing there. Pragmatics forum. But that's all that I am in at the moment. I'm very sorry if I'm not helping much in that question. I'm very sorry for the
Okay.
noise.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Prof. Okay. Okay. I think we still have one person raise hand in this session today. Andi Muhammad Aidil. Do you have a question, sir?
Yes, thank you so
Okay.
much for the opportunity. Um, it's actually a common error in article writing that I encounter is writing bias writing. I don't know the real term is that whenever someone write article or journal, typically they write something what they want to write, even though that means it defeats or sacrifice the quality of the journal, its article itself. I found this error a lot of times, especially during like literature review and the discussion part. Is there like any way that we can avoid writing stuff like in a biased way? And also in terms of like Turnitin in the AI detections, although the Turnitin AI checker is already advanced, there are still ways for the AI tools to find a loophole in that articles. what I want to know, like, especially me, since I'm a new editor as well in the journal, is there any way for like us to find maybe some sort of pattern in writing that AI use typically that maybe we can look just a tiny fraction to see like, oh, this is our AI writing. Is there a way that we can look at that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ideal. Everyone, I truly apologize. This place is very noisy, but this is the only place at the moment that I can find to use the internet. And it is very difficult right now in Banda Aceh. There is a blackout and flood. So I truly apologize. Okay, to answer Mr. Ideal's question about bias writing, yeah, this is also something that I encountered when I wrote about the Acehnese people. Yeah, I'm very interested in the oral tradition and everything, related to culture, language and culture. And then, the tradition of the Acehnese, they, some elders still do what we call shiri, like putting ajimat inside of something to repel the evil eye and so on and so on. So you see, that is something that is sirik, right? And you cannot write that out in your paper, or else, let's say, the Acehnese will, chase me and get very angry at me for writing that about them, yeah? For those who still use those ajimat to repel evil things and so on. So you see, when you write something, avoiding bias, the best way is finding support from references. Yeah. So let's say you want to write something that maybe contradicts. Yeah. Try to find writing of other people who agrees with you, and then build your argument based on what they have written. Yeah. So you are not alone. So that's basically how you write discussion, right? You have support from other people left and right. Yeah. So this is what I try to do. But if you don't have support, you cannot really write a scientific writing when you are biased. The best way to let out everything from your heart is to write an opinion paper and submit it to a newspaper, yeah, for the opinion column. There you don't need support from everyone else, yeah. Just write what your heart says, right? But that's different in scientific writing. You need support from people left and right to support your argument. And then for Turnitin, yeah, for AI tools, yes, there are patterns that you can find, from AI. For example, I have been writing in 2009. There are no AI then, yeah. And then you will see repetitive words. For example, words such as, give me. Okay. So you will find a word, for example, like nuance. Yeah. Itu sering sekali AI give you the word nuance, tailor, faster, apa lagi ya? Ada offer, and then resonance, yeah. So like the word nuance, I've never used the word nuance before when I write articles related to education. Yeah, they will say a nuance, blah, 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 blah. Usually we use setting, the educational context, yeah, and so on. Educational setting. Sekarang sudah muncul nuance from ChatGPT. So I try to avoid that. Maybe because I have had experiences of writing before this AI appear. So it is, I sometimes can detect that, this is the pattern provided by AI, and, I would change the words. And then another pattern that they give is they use a lot of gerunds in writing. So for example, 3 ideas, they can combine into one sentence very concisely, very briefly, yeah, by using gerund. Yeah, so you will have long sentences being concise into one by using 1 or 2 gerunds. And that's, typical AI pattern. So those are the 2 things that I have identified by, my own experience. The first one is the word choice, word choices. The second one is the use of that gerund, repetitive using of gerunds in every sentences. So that's, that's AI, yeah. But yesterday I attended a workshop by Miss Nurul. She is from Nurul Aini. She is from UIN Kediri. Her Ph.D. thesis was on this AI. Yeah, so she was saying that, many of us now ask AI to help us proofread, including myself. I sometimes ask AI to proofread my work. But then again, don't take everything that AI gives you 100%. Always reread. Yeah, like before, if you find words or patterns that are being given by AI and it is, theirs, try to change it. Yeah, try to change it and rewrite it in your own word. Yeah. And then the second one, she reminded us that it is okay for you to ask AI to proofread your abstract, introduction, literature review, discussion, but never give them the results. Yeah, never give AI the results section of your work. That part, always try to proofread by yourself because everything that you give to AI is being saved in their database. Yeah, whatever it is, even though they tell you this is not being saved, the security is very high, don't trust it. So never share your result section with AI, yeah, for proofreading. Just the other sections. That result section, proofread by yourself. So those are some of the what do we say experiences that I have with AI and what I have heard from the workshop yesterday by Miss Nurul Aini on what to give and not to give to AI. I hope that helps, yeah, Mr. Ideal. And once again, I'm very sorry for the noises behind me. I really don't know how to tell them to stop because I am staying at another person's place and not in my place.
Yes, thank you so much for the answer. And also, literature review, please.
The literature review, what was it
Yeah.
again? The
Yeah, the
question?
data. Yeah, the data as well. The previous question.
The literature review is not data. She said it is okay to ask AI to proofread, yeah, because some of the information in literature review, it has been published by other people, yeah. She just reminded me never share your result. That's all. Never give your result to AI, yeah. Tapi maybe other people have different experiences with AI. Yeah, I know that it is becoming very tricky now for us, to identify whether this is AI or not AI, because AI with time is always improving itself. Yeah, and trying to sound more like a human. Yeah. So I hope that helps for Ideal. I'm very sorry if there are shortcomings to my answer.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Prof. Yuyun, thank you so much for very good insight and in addressing all of the questions from the audiences. And as a part of organizing committee, we do apologize that our second incredible speaker in the afternoon sessions cannot come into these sessions. We cannot reach him. So unfortunately, we do apologize for this sessions today. So we are now reached the end of the sessions. And then I would like to invite Dr. Lasundra SPDM as the head of English department to serve a certificate as a part of our appreciations to our competent speaker in afternoon sessions. Yeah, Dr. Lasundra, time is yours.
Alhamdulillah, Prof. Yuyun, thank you very much. It's really a great honor for us to have you here. You provide us really comprehensive and insightful ideas, knowledge dealing with writing a scientific article, also the review and etc. And yeah, this is the certificate we've already made presented for Professor Dr. Yunisrina Qismullah Yusuf, SPD Mling. Again, thank you very much. Hopefully, in the future, Prof. Yuyun could be in Universitas Negeri Makassar for, probably in a specific collaboration or what is resource person for another international conference. Thank you very much, Prof. Yuyun.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Lasundra. So before we end the session today, we're gonna have a photo session. So please, we start from the first slide. Are you ready? Please turn on your camera.
Before for the session, could you give me like 2 minutes?
Oh yeah. Okay.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Yuyun. This is Irawan speaking.
Yeah,
Hello,
Waalaikumsalam,
Prof.
Pak.
Alhamdulillah, finally we have like face-to-face interaction.
Yes, that's
Not
right.
mediated by Zoom. Yeah, after having like 2 or 3 years discussion or through
Yes.
chat. Yeah. It was
Yes.
great. It was a comprehensive presentation, and we learned a lot from your presentation. And we hope that one day we can invite you again as a keynote speaker. Probably you can come directly to Makassar.
Yes, that would be very nice. I've never been to Makassar.
Alhamdulillah. We
I've
will
never
invite you
been to a lot of places. I just go there through Zoom.
Oh, yeah. Maybe next year if you have time, I will invite you
Inshallah.
again to present, yeah,
Okay, that would be
insightful or
good.
give a motivation to us, yeah, inshallah, yeah.
Okay.
We should stay safe in Banda Aceh.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
because
Thank you so much.
yeah,
Yes, this is
inshallah.
terrible flood right now, but Alhamdulillah, my house so far is safe. But my
Alhamdulillah.
neighbors, yeah, their houses the water has entered their houses.
Yeah, we wish our brother and sisters in Banda Aceh stay safe there, and then the flood
Thank
will,
you.
yeah. Thank you, Prof.
Amin.
Yuyun.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah.
Okay, thank you, Pak
Waalaikumsalam.
Andi. Now we're gonna have a photo session, so please turn on your camera, audiences. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, for the first slide, and then the next one, please. 1, 2, 3. All right, and then next, please. 1, 2, 3. Okay, excellent. Next, please. All right. Okay, thank you so much, dear audiences, and also Prof. Yuyun for the time in joining this international webinar. And we hope that you can stay safe there and for all of the Acehnese, yeah. And then we do hope that we can have you in Makassar, Universitas Negeri Makassar, as a keynote speaker again and again. All right. So for the audiences, you can fill the attendance list to get the certificate. And for your informations, all the materials will be sent via group. So you can get all the material and download it there. All right. Thank you very much for these sessions today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Yuyun.